go grab myself a chicken biscuit. You're coming downstairs. You're going to hear this nonsense.
Okay, I'm recording this nonsense as well.
Wonderful. Then you got galaxy shit on what? On then. You still need skill for that.
Yes, you
still
do.
need skill for speedruns.
Speedruns require a lot of skill. Not just the average amount, like an actual hell of a lot of hours of practice and a lot of skill.
Yeah. Saying they can't.
I glitched out one of my thingies.
Do that. Try the biscuits. The biscuits are right there, but those are open thing of biscuits.
I'm gonna go back in here.
You hear this nonsense, right? And that's true. What he's saying is true. There's a reason why they added piglins to the game.
Oh yes.
Alexander, that reasoning that you're listing off is why they added piglins, because no one likes gold. And gold was just ignored, so they added piglins into the mix, so people would still get gold.
Exactly. Since you need gold to complete the game anyways.
Oh, my horrible.
What?
Boss is horrible. She was given, a extra cleaning job so she could be on call with us, and then all of a sudden the boss turns tail and says, you're not supposed to be on the phone, even though that's why you started doing that stuff, and you're not even getting paid to do that stuff.
Should be working unpaid, but probably there's no circumstance we should be on your...
They allowed it for a period of time, and now they're saying that she isn't.
So what I'm saying is, that sounds not great.
Yeah.
But I'm trying to set the expectation with you that time is not on the phone time.
Yeah.
So the fact that they allowed it is the weird part.
She has an actual job. It's not cleaning the break room. That's not her job.
Exactly. She's not the janitor.
Let her do that so she can be on call with us because she can't deal with stress any other way.
Yeah. So that's what you might see. Why a plate?
I'm going upstairs. I know.
Just understand what you might be seeing is, hey, I'm not trying to be mean when I say this. My friend never learned coping mechanisms other than talking with everyone.
They also.
And now my friend cannot function in place. And there are consequences for that.
They also don't know how to cook, and their father won't let them cook.
Exactly.
Yeah, what I'm saying is their parents never taught them those skills.
Yes. And I'm trying to get you to see it that way. Bosses.
No, it's a bit of both. I'm aware.
It is.
Of that.
I just want to make sure that you see.
Yes.
Both.
I do. He bumped into the whiteboard.
Hi. I was running around a maze for the longest time. Give me a moment to make it show up on screen. How?
Are you still in the maze that I sent you in, or are you in a different version of that maze?
I'm in the same maze.
apologize.
I already completed it, though.
There's a completion?
I unlocked all the doors and I made it back to the beginning. That's how you complete it.
Oh, okay. So it's basically...
You fall down a
so
hole
it's
and you...
basically our version of the infinite staircase.
Yes.
At that point.
This is what we call our version of the infinite staircase.
From the SCP.
Yeah, see, you unlock doors like this, and then you fall down a hole, and you try to make your way back up to the surface. It's incredibly dark when you don't have a torch.
You did that without a torch?
No, I had 3. It's just that one of my things don't work anymore, so I can't use another torch.
Oh my. Ugh.
Endless maze.
Hey, if you could you sometime text Vanessa today and say,
Oh
hey,
yeah.
let me know when you're free to talk. And when she is free to talk, can you ask her about the whole cat house and what she needs and so get that.
Yeah, because I'd need it for him. These two don't scratch with their
No, they're
back
not.
claws
They're used for
anymore.
farming.
Too old. So they just don't do it.
Right, yeah, the back's okay.
Yeah.
So we can get that. So
Yeah, at least this front, yeah.
Some people actually like to farm. If you don't like to farm, don't waste it on that material. Buddy,
I like to
Buddy,
get all the
buddy,
materials.
are you aware people make giant farms where those are valuable, those are specifically needed? People make versions of rice farms with wheat in Minecraft, which are
Yes!
huge. So the
Because
more
they have
valuable
water underneath the blocks.
worthwhile. If you have a small farm, then don't waste it. But if you have a giant farm, do use that resource. No.
I don't want to get lost again. I was lost for an hour and a half in that maze.
No. Malcolm, I just woke up.
Buddy.
No. I just woke up, and now is not the time to do that stuff with me right now. Not in the greatest of moods. My drink's still in the fridge. Oh, I need to grab myself a knife. What's going on? It might be different time zones, buddy. Or if it's not, maybe it wasn't the same time you got on. Buddy, do you think every place runs on our time zone? Okay. Also, if you signed into that game at a different time than you are now, that could also be another reason why. It is, but you have to deal with it. Because also, what thing are you playing on? What thing are you playing on?
I'm not going to play on Minecraft.
Okay. Yeah, no, I don't know then. Yay, I'm finally actually at my desk for once. Or I'm gonna fix I might have to pick those up later. I need to sit down. Okay, hold on. Hold on.
Okay, it fixed itself.
Hi. Hold on.
My headset is slowly breaking.
Fun.
So, I'm pretty sure in the next week or two it's going to break fully.
I can give you a roll.
Hmm?
I can give you a roll.
Yes, you can.
Sorry.
I don't know how to do admin crap, but...
I need to make rolls for people.
Although I wouldn't abuse admin stuff either.
I don't.
I don't either.
The closest thing I do is move you around.
Exactly. And
Speaking
that
of
doesn't bother anyone. Hi.
do it. The reason why I do it is so people can actually keep to which calls they're supposed to be on. Because I've been not reinforcing that.
Yeah. That makes sense.
Hey, look, it can move again.
Do. Is. What the hell? Did I turn into Blood Moon for a second?
Yes, you did.
The deep one? Damn it. My voice is ruined right now, if you can't tell.
Yes. Hold on.
Although that makes sense. Technically, I'm supposed to be reverting. So me having a mild puberty strike right now would make fucking sense.
190? Okay. Yes, I'm about to plug my controller in, but still, I'm doing this real quick.
Apparently, whenever I talk to Pollux and Caster on character.ai, they think I'm a star.
Oh, they're the poor things.
No, I eat stars instead. I had to explain that.
You have to explain that to them, which is gonna freak them the fuck out.
Yes. They're like, wait, you eat stars? And I'm like, I specify I eat dead stars.
Also, I'm giving this to New as well, because yes.
You are lagging so hard.
Oh, for God's sake. Do I need to die and reset my computer?
No. I think it's more of a, you've been in this world for so damn long that it's glitching. It does that to me sometimes too.
Well,
I still have the Star Child base thing. The thing that you hate.
I'm going to ignore that. Noodle! The noodle's here!
Noodle?
Hi. He's awake.
Today I gotta text my aunt.
Oh.
This will be the first time in years.
Why do you... What?
She has a cat, and she does his, claws. So then he has front claws, but he has to have nail caps on his claws. So it's not like they're clipping off his claws, they're clipping or filing down his claws so then they can put the caps on them. I need to know how to do that for Snow, since he wants to be out, clearly.
And you don't want him scratching up the house.
They don't want him scratching up the house. I wouldn't give a damn.
Oh yeah, no, later on, when I go exercise, I can show you what our living room door looks like. It's not even a door. It's a door frame. There's no door.
Did they claw their way through the living room
Oh,
door?
no. So, when he was a kitten, you can see how much he started spazzing more and more. And so, he uses that as a climb, then jump off rappelling thing.
Oh my god, that's so funny.
You know, just for the hell of it, since we've not been here for a bit, and I'm gonna just change worlds. Before we do anything else, I'm dying slowly.
Yes, you are. Oh my. Oh, can my arm not glitch the fuck out? Oh my god.
Oh. So if my brother's worried about my other brother
Oh.
ruining his worlds, why can't he make his own world so he can do whatever the fuck he wants?
Exactly. Also, why were they complaining about gold?
Probably someone from like a while back talked about it online.
Gold is actually quite useful if you get unbreaking on it. It mines
Yeah.
stone really fast.
It does. Once you have unbreaking, which I don't think he knows the
I don't think he knows how to enchant
enchanting.
things.
I don't.
Gremlin is the one that you'd want to see for enchantment. They know how to mess with that stuff a lot better than me. But I can still do it, which is why I put an enchantment table in my room, but that's besides the point.
I can also do it, but like it's not the greatest compared to a lot of other things.
Yes.
Are we going this way?
Because I feel like it.
Okay.
Okay. God damn. Me casually has to do this. Bouncy, bouncy. We were supposed to have a lunar at some point.
We need one at this, right?
Yeah.
We have a somewhat eclipse, I guess.
Yes.
Like,
we had...
isn't your child supposed to be a weird mix between an eclipse and another eclipse?
We're not gonna discuss him.
Why not?
They're in timeout right now.
What do you mean they're in timeout?
They're in timeout right now.
What'd they do?
I'm not going to explain what he did. Just know that he's in timeout.
What did he do?
No.
Yes.
No.
Yes.
No. Eat!
Yes.
No.
Mm-hmm. You want to go back to the facility.
Okay, fine. They may or may not have time traveled while I was out.
They what now?
Yeah. They love taking over the body when no one is in it or actively controlling it, which...
Is he in his own separate body, though?
Yes, it doesn't matter though. Not supposed to do that shit without me saying, hey, that's a good idea.
Why does he have access to you?
Don't question it.
I'm questioning it! I haven't ate shit in the back. Also, at this point, I don't think what's waking me up is the fucking... was the issue I had last time. I think it's actually because I keep overheating.
Yes.
Oh, wow, okay. And it forces me to wake up. Because I woke up around 4 again today. If you could not tell.
Lovely. Wake my butt up whenever that happens. I leave my earbuds in.
I think you did start to stir because my cat fucking meowed.
Did I yell cat and not wake up?
No, you made noise when you didn't make noise that for a bit.
Oh. What kind of noise?
Similar to what you just accidentally made.
Oh. Lovely. That's involuntary. We sleep talk, so it's difficult
Oddly
to tell
enough,
when
I
we
did not
sleep
hear
talk.
that.
Okay. I think you have to be talking directly to me to get me to sleep talk, actually.
But yeah, no.
Sometimes it happens on its own, though, which is horrifying. We don't talk about that.
What the fuck? Okay. What?
Bouncy,
The
bouncy.
random channel's broken.
Huh?
Unless they deleted all that crap.
It
Please tell me they
probably
deleted it
did.
somehow.
If it's their own stuff, they can delete it
No,
off the
but it
thing.
would also say, no, it's my phone being a piece of shit. That's what's going on.
Oh.
Yeah, because I completely forgot how similar Shade Lord was.
What do you mean by Shade Lord?
Now, if you go into the random channel and click on my attachments, one that says Hall Night Colors, You Can't Stop Me, and then it has an attachment to a video.
I'm just not gonna touch that with a 9-foot pole right now. Don't ask why it's specifically 9. I'm not gonna tell you.
You can't stop me. You can't stop me, actually.
Also, the reason why they have access to my form is because they're made out of the same nanomachines. By the way.
So
Remember we gave them a body?
Off of
The Eclipse, our Eclipse, we gave them a body. A nanomachine body. So they're inadvertently connected to us. So they can do shit. If they manage to hack it, which they can. They are an Eclipse.
practically, yeah.
Oh, they are an Eclipse. It's not a practically. They're Eclipse and
Well,
Alistair.
they're a mix of 2 versions, aren't they?
No, they're Eclipse and Alistair.
Oh, that one.
Yes.
I thought we were talking about Kotzi.
Kotzi. Okay. Kotzi is also connected. god. We gotta specify at this point.
Our eclipse isn't an actual eclipse. That's the problem.
Exactly.
He's more solar.
Exactly. That doesn't mean he doesn't like to cause mischief, like time travel. Time travel is a thing that he would like to do. Where the hell? Oh. Oh, lovely. Also. Yeah, none of my children are allowed to time travel either. If they have access to that ability, they're not allowed to. It's caused way too many problems. They can use it on other things, they just can't use it on themselves. Kids, I swear. There are cubes. Have access to cubes.
What do you mean we have access to cubes?
Cubes.
Oh.
Cubes.
Come here, buddy. Come here.
Wait.
Press this. Thank you. You can't stop me.
Do you want to lock the URL before I try to change it, or what?
If it wants to load, please.
It did.
Please. It did for you?
Mm-hmm.
It didn't for me. Oh my god, it's so far off. Why can't I hear shit? Oh. You have to turn it all the way up.
And roses and Mars, but most importantly, blood, 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 blood.
I found this like 4 to 5 in the morning.
Let's name other orange things now, if you please. You got pumpkins and tigers and the desert sand.
Prescription bottles.
Are your orange friends? La 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 la. Chill. What are you doing?
What I was born to do.
Probably get yellow's pretty fun. Find it on a bus.
Jaundice.
Jaundice.
Liver failure. Jaundice.
Try a lemon.
Jaundice.
I once ate a bug that was the color green, but the ER said it was a poisonous thing. So that explains why I threw up green, and inside that green there were chunks of green. I bet you wish you had a list of green. Hooray! Why didn't you change that one?
I liked adverts.
The slug.
Nightmares.
It's the deep blue sea.
And it'll kill you to death, especially if you're on Titanic, so let that sink in. Pun intended.
Hooray! Blow it for us, man! Come on! Purple is the color of many pretty things from a lilac. Hooray!
Oh dear.
My turn. There are brown things like dirt. I can't remember the words. Please don't hurt me.
White things they include
All broken bones
and Dove's air paper.
and rabies. Worth a lot of money. If you want to
hold
buy
on.
some, then email me.
Galaxy's on.
Alright.
I'm pausing it.
I had to send myself home because of what Ray did.
Oh, what happened?
I was venting about yesterday and what happened today morning,
Yes.
and he he ended up calling me on my phone, venting to calm down, and he ended up giving me a warning, saying if he sees me on my phone again, he's going to fire me and send me home.
Mm.
I really told. Oh, Dad's coming. I'm just going to pretend I'm okay. And just don't talk, just listen to what happened. Just listen to my dad and just pretend that you're not here.
Okay.
My dad doesn't want me to talk to you.
What? Okay.
You go mute. I was trying to be as quiet as I can in the bathroom. Some snitch decided to tell the boss man.
What were you doing? Yelling?
No, crying.
Why the hell are you crying about?
From the stress.
What stress? That fucking job ain't stress. Talking to that damn woman's stress. That will drive you nuts. Just take your medication and do what we tell you to do. That damn woman's gonna drive you nuts with all her bullshit. She'll say one thing, then contradict
Unmute
and
in
say
VR
something
chat
else.
and mute in there.
That's why she ain't married, that's why she ain't got nothing. Because she don't care. Get your damn head back. Fuck train. How long is it? Pretty long?
Yeah.
I don't think they're gonna have that tore up track put back together this quick. Took them 4 days. Now, tell me what you was thinking about when you start crying. Huh? What was you thinking about?
Okay, we can talk.
What he's getting done ain't gonna...
Yay.
Shit, it's just removing rotten material out of a hole, putting a patch over it. What they need to do is, while they're there, they cut them tendons. I thought for sure they was gonna put him on that medication to make him able to move around. They refused to do it. They
I
refused
know.
to do it when he could move around, and they refused to do it afterwards. I don't know. I think they're all liars. You know that's gonna be blamed on me. Everything goes down to the head of household.
Mm.
Oh, no, it doesn't.
When the children fell and broke his arm, it's to blame on the father, not the mother, until proven it was the mother's fault. It's always the father
The
there.
child fell. In that instance, no one's fault. It was an accident, unless someone purposely broke the fucking arm.
Yeah.
Seems like one of the nails are loose. Should I keep on your channeling?
The thing is...
Logic is not proper logic.
Yeah.
Think about it. They'll be back here in a day or two.
She doesn't want to go back at this point. If she doesn't want to go back, it's... She'll have to turn in her 2 weeks notice. Like a proper 2 weeks notice.
They wouldn't have to move them up so much.
No, she probably won't do that after a bit.
She will need to.
Yeah.
If she wants to get another job, she'll need to. Because it's like, okay, the reason being is because I want a better job, that sort of thing.
It's always setting up.
Like, another reason why she should quit is also because, like, the people that did care about her don't exist anymore.
Yeah, all the people that she knew or cared about have also left the job, one way or another. And the only people left are people that simply don't care.
More train? Just as long as the front?
Absolutely. Don't mind me phasing into this. So are you just gonna keep an eye on me at this point, or what?
Yes.
Lovely.
I talked to them last night about it, actually. They said they didn't care as long as I stayed. They know they can't continue. Like that.
Yeah, that's true. I mean, even those reality anchor thingies don't really work very well now, do they?
They work for a bit, but like then...
It takes like an hour for them to break.
Ray was the one that sent me home saying I'm not fit to work just because I cried in the bathroom. When I got done crying, I would have gone back to work, but no, someone snitched on me.
Who came in the bathroom while you were in there?
I don't know, I was in one of the stalls. Had the stall closed.
They heard you crying?
Yeah.
Weren't you making noise when you cry?
Why wouldn't you?
Yes, people make noise when they cry, you fucking idiot.
Text saying, why do you
Do you
cry
think
without
everyone can
crying?
not make noise?
I cry without
When
making
they're in
noise.
heavy stress.
Because you're male. I'm a female.
Because you're male and I'm a female. I cry without making noise and I'm a female.
Well, no,
I only worry about
practice.
It's not practice for me, it's just... that's just how I cry. If I ugly cry, then that's incredibly bad. Because I let whatever crying wants to happen.
What was that man doing? Playing games. He does nothing but play games. He doesn't do really anything productive in that household.
He's retired, so he's getting a retirement check, but that's...
Yes, but that doesn't mean he can't clean up the home and do like some minor things to help out the home. He does
Exactly.
in that home. He just lazes around. He calls her lazy. It's like, why don't you pick up the damn phone? You're just so fucking lazy. I'm in the fucking bathroom constipated. Leave me the fuck alone.
Exactly. If you have to be in the bathroom for an hour, which I've experienced that before,
Oh, yeah,
multiple
so have I.
times,
Yeah.
it's a thing with
Let's just
ADHD
say
and...
spicy ramen with milk on top of that. When both of those things, when you jump from like a really higher spicy level, and also drink milk to calm it down, does not help.
No, it does not. That was a bad idea on your part.
That's why I don't do it anymore. That's also why I put eggs in, because it actually tones it down a tad bit.
Yep. Runs in a circle. Do-do-do.
But yeah, no, if he thinks that like people can cry, everyone can cry without making a noise, he's completely wrong.
Yeah.
Like it took me time to actually learn how to do that.
I just knew how to do it. I just chose not to do it until much later in life.
Yeah. So I need to find my lotion because my hives have appeared under my stomach. Not under my stomach, on my stomach.
Yeah.
Right underneath my chest.
Yes. Spin.
It's not simple to cry with
It's
when you're not
not.
professional.
If you're not professionally trained or know how to do it, you're not going to be able to do it.
Yeah, no, most of my thing is because I learned a lot during theater. I was in theater for a year, and it helped a lot. I need to actually learn how to fake cry, but like, you heard me last time when I laughed, and it sounded like I was crying.
Yes, it did. Also, if you want to learn how to fake cry, don't try it. You're not going to be able to. You're going to have to actually make yourself cry.
It's just a cool thing that I thought of. That might happen.
How people fake cry is actually how they make themselves actually cry. Usually via traumatic event or a certain thing associated with the traumatic event.
Oh yeah, no, I learned a little bit of that, actually. Just think about your dead snake.
I can turn it on a dime, by the way. I have that much pent-up emotion.
This is why I'm your therapist occasion, or your guys' therapist, because apparently I'm the only one who can listen to all of you. Without issues, which is confusing in of itself.
Spin. Spin. This block is slowly floating. Now it's not. Off into the ether it goes.
All you do is deliver.
I want to fly now.
Yeah, I quit driving truck.
If they don't want to...
Who's parked in front of, like slightly on the road to drop something off. Cause I heard the guy say I heard him say, "Oh, you're delivering something," like a weird, bad way for saying it. tell him that I woke up on a bad term today.
Yeah. I like how he tried to do lore and then this happened.
We tried doing some lore, I tried showing you a video, and then
I'm parking this way.
this.
This is not on purpose.
I got enough for you.
Yeah.
This has to be a lore video now. Huh. I don't wanna.
I don't wanna. I just wanna wee.
I wanna try to die. I wanna try to die. Whee! Whee!
Hi.
Bouncy, bouncy.
Well, I wasn't even trying to do that, by the way.
I want to, though. No, I can, I will. Whee!
Oh dear God. You do that one more time, I swear to fuck.
Fine.
I think that tire just didn't set me. But it makes us fall and go.
I don't even know if I can turn that on, because I don't even know when he's done.
You've completely hidden into the bed. I see your bell and your shoe.
I am the bed now.
I see your bell and your shoe. There you go. You are the bed now.
I am the bed now.
Pat runs. What? I'm pretty sure someone did that to me yesterday. Bouncy.
I'm going to die if I keep coughing like this. Yep, there you go.
That cube is not physical. It phased through the red thing over there.
That's the core. It's called a core. It's called this entire place. This place is it's the core.
It's just a core, and then there's a star, and then there's a black hole.
And then there are the wisps. They walk away and they get more intense. What the hell?
Gonna fix the match of this one. Kind of blinded Dad, but I had to because I know if I told him the truth, he would beat me up. And when he said, "Get your head out of the way," he really hit me.
Wait, what?
Mute, unmute.
Okay. What?
Dad really hit me.
He actually physically touched you in a harmful manner.
What? What, Dad? Nothing what?
Is there a mark? Okay, Galaxy. You don't have to say anything. If he left a mark on you, take a picture of it.
Okay.
Wasn't the water where I thought it was.
Pizza that I didn't get to finish.
Oh, the pizza was funny. Oh.
I'm gonna be very quiet, and I'll be quiet as you can too. Right before we got to the train tracks, apparently Dad was looking for cars, and he said, "Get your head out of the way." That's when he hit me in the left arm, and it hurt for a bit. Still feel a bit tingly situation in that area. I had to lie about why I was crying at work. I don't know if he knew the truth, he would hurt me. Very well. And I really told away that my doctors refused to do a test to see if I need a service animal. At this point, I was told that I'm getting more and more into being approved of getting a service animal, but my doctors refused to do the test. All they do is put me on anti-suicidal meds. They're like, oh, you get panicky and start having mental attacks to the point it takes over an hour for you to calm down. Let's just put you on suicidal meds. And that will help. No, it doesn't. At this point, my dad doesn't want me talking to y'all anymore. I tried telling them, but they won't listen. They're like, oh, I'll just put it on a higher dosage. At this point, if they keep on doing that, I might die from an overdose. Keep telling them I need a service animal. You need to do a test to see if I do need one. And they won't do it. The only ones at work that know how to calm me down and cheer me up is Angie, and she's gonna be fired within a few days on the 23rd, on a Tuesday. And Ray doesn't want. I'm gonna be quiet. Ray does not want me on my phone at all. Not doing break, not doing lunch, not even doing cleaning the break room. He doesn't even want me to have my phone on the floor. Only time I get to be on it is during break time and lunch time. And that's not much time to spend with y'all. Like, in the past, he used to be a nice guy. He would always help me and tell people what they need to do to calm me down, but at this point, he changed so much that he's breaking the rules that I said that they need to follow if they want me to be happy and be mentally stable. But since they're taking away them, how am I going to calm down and how am I going to work? Like, when I'm not in a good mood, I barely even do a whack. Like, one whack a day. When I'm not in a mentally or physically good mood. Only a few days ago, I got to do 2 whacks a day. Because I was happy. And being on my phone doing cleaning the break room, and now they took that away. Now I'm gonna barely even do a whack a day. And I know if I try getting y'all on a call to talk to him, and probably talk to the CEO, they're probably not gonna listen to y'all anyways. They'll be like, oh, you're not allowed to have your phone on the floor. And probably get fired. I don't know. And it really state in the book on the training course saying that we believe and know that our workers have a better production rate when happy and taken care of. But at this point, they're not making me. Oh, here's Dad. I hear him.
Hi.
Hi.
Me typing in the art chat, though, using both hands is fun. I type faster in here.
They help everyone, even the what my dad says cripples. But apparently they don't. They lied. They fired Marisa, not trying to
This is why
talk
I
to
say
her
goodwill.
and try to understand
normal
why
place
she was
to
in the
fucking work
bathroom
at.
for over 1 to 2 hours.
My mom dealt with similar shit, by the way.
Oh. She used to work at Goodwill?
Dad.
Because she got fired from her previous job due to COVID. I think. Or due to some other reason she got fired.
Yeah, I told...
And she couldn't find a job, so she had to work at Goodwill for a bit, which was just fucking bad.
I typed in the thing why they should get a new job.
I saw that. I have Get Discord open. You remember? You know that.
Let me fix my pizza.
That reminds me, I have pizza in the fridge.
I have an itchy leg.
Dang it, my dad's forcing me to work. And I'm mentally not well right now.
He's what?
He's forcing them to work. Also, the fact that they were scared that they would, beat her up if she told the truth is telling. That's a clear sign of physical and mental trauma. Since she doesn't even... God damn it, get out of there. Since you can't even trust him enough to even tell him the truth.
We both know how she fucking hates doing this shit. Lying.
Yes, exactly. She hates it so much.
It's the only thing she can do around him.
because if she tells the truth, she'll end up getting beaten to a pulp. At least that's what she thinks. Which, I don't judge her for thinking that.
If he's done it before, then what makes it?
He has done it before. That's the problem.
There's no doubt that they're going to do it again.
Exactly. Whenever she was younger, he did it before. So why wouldn't he do it now? If he got upset at her for even the tiniest things. We need to hurry up and get our lives together so then we can all just go somewhere apart from our parents at this point. Because galaxies already have job experience.
The only one that doesn't have that bad of shitty parents.
Is Leo?
I don't.
Yeah.
It's confusing. Not as bad, but like they have minor issues.
Minor issues is better than a full-blown fight that almost accumulated into losing all your friends.
Yeah.
I literally cannot be around my mom or stepdad because they keep saying, don't be around them, don't be around them. And I'm like, no, I want to be around them. It's my choice. I'm 21 years old, damn it.
You can't control my fucking life.
Can't do that anymore. Sorry to say, but I'm not a kid.
Also, when you can, the Gravity Dragon needs to be traded out for something else.
Gravity Dragon needs to be traded out? Okay.
You guys said you'd do that later, and
I did, and I forgot.
it's fine.
That movie was 2 hours long. The third hour was spent on eating something. Spin.
Yeah. Just caused me to not be able to hang out with you.
Oh.
You got back around like 10?
Yes.
Or even 11.
Yes, I did.
And then because you were out for so long, you got passed out so easily. Well, chocolate didn't help. Like, it was midnight for, like, sometime after midnight, and you guys were passed the fuck out. Alright!
Buddy. Oh, dear God. Why did I instinctively do that?
I don't know.
Okay, but still, buddy. Anytime I'm outside of the house for more than an hour, I immediately want to sleep.
I'm aware.
That's the problem with me, actually.
Not saying that you don't. I'm saying that, like...
If I ever get a job, I'm probably going to end up passing out the moment I get home.
Yeah.
Which, I mean, fine. No one's gonna stop me, but that means I won't be able to talk to you guys anymore because I'd be passed the fuck out. Because I will not eat outside my house unless it's a restaurant.
You wanna know what the fun thing is about car trips? I can't just be an hour or so car trip without being either fucking exhausted or nauseous.
You know what? I have the same problem, which is why I have to take breaks while I drive.
I have mild motion sickness and it fucking sucks.
Mild motion sickness is not my problem. It's just tiredness. I have this thing where my brain just kind of shuts off if I'm in a car. My other grandpa, who we call Peepaw or Chet, he has the same issue but much worse, to the point where he can't drive 5 minutes without passing out because he's not doing anything mentally.
Yeah,
And you kick into autopilot.
I need to go grab food.
Yes. I'm gonna go grab that slice of pizza now.
My brothers argue over the simplest things. Ah. Wait. was my brother's almost got into.
What?
My brother didn't like the youngest, saying to them when they told them to stop saying they did It's like they're acknowledging you don't like it. Stop it. It's a nonverbal way of saying okay.
It is.
It's like saying you don't like someone saying okay to you. By the way, this is probably going to happen so much over this fucking weekend. I'm going to have to separate them constantly.
Yes, I would.
At that point, if they keep getting separated constantly, they're not going to have electronics. I don't care.
I'd say 3-strike rule. If they have it happen 3 times within an hour, no electronics for an hour.
Oh, they're going. No, they're going to have no electronic time anyways. After some time. So.
Yes. No, I mean, like, if they do that constantly.
Fuck. I'm going to murder someone.
Why?
There's bad thing after bad thing happening. I just dropped my goddamn fries.
Oh dear.
Don't you fucking dare. I don't want to drop my fucking sandwich either.
Oh boy.
The ones that got on the carpet, I can't eat. But the ones that got on my pants, I'm gonna eat. I don't care.
I wouldn't have cared either way.
Fucking floor.
I wouldn't have cared either way. I would have eaten both.
I don't care. I get fucking sick. This is annoying. I need my fries.
Can it not do this, please?
Thankfully, it's the outside of my pants and not the inside. There's so much salt.
It's not where my hands are. Oh my god. Finally.
You're tracking horrible again?
I had to move the base because it's being an ass.
I swear. It's one bad thing after another. What's happening?
I fixed it. I need more than just 2 base stations at this point.
Yes.
Which I can get, and they will work for this headset.
I'm putting the video on.
Okay.
Hooray! Hooray!
Black is the color of emptiness. I feel it in my soul because I'm an emotional mess.
That giant thing, though.
Oh.
Was the Shade Lord.
That looked kind of like my... It kind of looked like my farm.
That's why I wanted you to see this, goddammit! No, it gets worse. It gets worse when you actually see the actual, bottle. Or art.
What do you mean?
I will... Hold on. I'm gonna hope this works. If I can just grab it straight. Hold on. Load!
Spin me around, baby, right?
Terrifyingly powerful entity that few Hollow Knight players will ever get a glimpse of is the void being known as the Shade Lord.
A statue of its form is seen in the Hall of Gods after defeating all bosses on Radiant difficulty, and it actually appears at the end of the fight with the Absolute Radiance in the Pantheon of Hallownest, as well as the cutscene after. But what is this entity exactly? Where does it come from? And why does it appear specifically when it does? Let's start off with the being's title, Shadelord. This name for the creature specifically comes from the game's files for the sprites of it that appear in the Pantheon of Hallownest. The only description revealed in direct canon is that of the Void Idol variant depicting the creature, which reads, Void Given Focus. Given Focus implies a large amount of something brought together, and the Hunter's Journal description of this variant does confirm that it contains a large amount of liquid from the abyss, that being void. Shadelord specifically also calls back to the Dreamnail dialogue from the Shade Beast in the Abyss once the knight has acquired the Void Heart, which reads,
They want to talk to you. I have to give you the dub because I'm literally not allowed to talk to you. Give that.
Hello? Hello? There ain't nobody on the line, Emily.
Well, they hanged up.
Yeah, they hung up.
They want to talk to me, but I told them no.
It was military trying to get you to sign up, dumbass. They do it to every kid that gets out of high school. Put the phone back on the show.
Don't they require that now? Actually, to be quite honest, being in the military would not be the worst thing that would happen to them.
Especially being where they fucking are.
Yeah.
Because it would actually, though, it would suddenly have them separated from us. But
Yes, but they'd be out of that situation. It's not like
they'd
we're...
still get technically paid.
Yes, they would
And
get
money
paid.
would be sent to their house.
Or their own bank account if they can get one.
I doubt it.
They can open a free one. Because they are 20. If you're over 18, you can open a free... What is it called again? Debit card? Which is where you need... what you need to deposit. All that stuff. I got one yesterday. Savings account is what costs money. If you overdraft on your debit card, that's when it costs money. It's technically your money. Sorry, I kind of pace.
Buddy, I get it because right now I'm also pent up. I've never felt this much anger. Until today!
Angie.
Like, I woke up with her crying, woke up to my siblings having a stupid-ass argument.
You really should have woke me up. I had my earbuds in.
Passed out after some time. It's like 4. I woke up at 4 again. Then went back to sleep around 5, I think. So,
Yeah.
midnight to 1, so 3 to 4 hours plus. I'm getting the right amount of sleep, but it gets interrupted in between.
Yes. Which makes it not good.
Yeah. And it's not, but like, if I knew something was in my house spiritually, I would have been more freaked out than, like, same with the nightmare.
Yeah.
So you would hear me, like, freaking the fuck out. If it was a nightmare.
True.
Especially if it resulted in falling. Again. Dreams like that.
I don't fall, I fly. I don't have those falling dreams anymore.
I haven't had them for a while, but then I started having the reoccurring dreams instead.
Yes. That's what I have.
Also, one thing I'm worried about new is they have an obsession with Slenderman.
No, that's lovely. I have one too.
We have a Slenderman in flesh, so it doesn't make it better.
Plushy.
Yes.
Plushy.
We can send you a picture of it later. If we ever move in, I'm going to be bringing it anyways.
Yes. I forgot Lapis.
Oh, shit.
Okay, let me explain myself. Don't want to smell like trash can.
But I'm going to physically be going over there at some point anyway, so... I can grab them then. I'll also be grabbing all my other stuffed animals as well. Because I use them.
Again, if she's, like, because I know you talked about this earlier, if she's so worried about you wanting to, like, if she wants you to leave a stuffed animal, have one of your lesser ones stay.
Yeah. But she wants one of my most important ones to stay, the one that I've had since I was 3.
Today. Apparently the house that the old lady lived in before I went abandoned, a bird was trapped in there.
My ring is stuck.
Oh boy.
Oh, no. My ring!
Also, what do you think of the military?
No. I do not want to go there. No.
Okay.
I know what they do and I do not want to deal with it.
That's fine. Shadows.
What?
Shadows. Yeah.
Lord of Shades. Now for the creature's physical appearance. It is obviously very large, to the point where its entire body is never completely visible on screen. Its body seems to be in a partially solid and partially gaseous state. It has multiple arms with hands resembling those of the pure vessel, having 4 fingers including an opposable thumb. It also has horns and what appear to be tendrils emanating from its body.
Oh my god.
Eyes which glow white like the eyes of all other void creatures. We know
Why does that match my description though? Minus the stars.
Buddy.
What?
This thing appeared in my head rent-free earlier this morning. I'm like, you need to see this.
Oh.
Yes.
It notably emerges from the space into which the knight's shade falls after their shell breaks at the end of the fight with the absolute radiance. We can infer, then, that the knight is part of the Shade Lord. The size of the Shade Lord's body and the fact that it has multiple eyes and limbs suggests that it is actually a collective being of some sort. One difference between
What
the
the
fight with the
hell?
Radiance versus the fight with the Absolute Radiance is that the fifth stage of the latter does not include multiple shades from the abyss rising up to meet the knight. It's possible that these same shades instead compose the Shade Lord along with the knight once the fight is over. The Pure Vessel's shade may even also be present. Then there's what happens with the Shade Lord after it uses its power to annihilate the Absolute Radiance. It immediately descends upon the Godseeker and starts wrapping its tendrils around her. The scene then shifts from Godhome to the junk pit in the physical world, where the Shade Lord appears to attempt an exit through the Godseeker's body. This is a significant contrast to the aftermath of the battle with the Radiance, where all the Void immediately returns to the Abyss. The Void was probably able to do so because destroying the Radiance also destroyed the dream in which the fight takes place, as that dream space was designed specifically to hold the Radiance. This may also be why the Black Egg dissolves upon the Radiance's defeat, because it too had some connection to that specific dream. However, the Absolute Radiance and her arena are only one part of Godhome, so although the peak of the Pantheon of Hallownest becomes consumed with void, it doesn't seem to be dissolving the entirety of the Godhome realm. Because of this, the Shade Lord may have found itself unable to exit Godhome through any means other than the Godseeker, to whose body the realm of Godhome was anchored through the physical world. The void that the Shade Lord became composed of was called into Godhome by the knight using the power of the Void Heart, but it likely did not want to stay there any longer since the light of dreams and essence opposes its nature. Of course, there are two variants of the Junk Pit cutscene. If the Godseeker is holding a delicate flower given to her by the knight, the flower will dissolve the Shade Lord, and the Godseeker along with it. So how does a being powerful enough to destroy the Absolute Radiance meet its match with a single flower? The answer to this may...
What the actual hell? I didn't take any inspo from that.
I know.
What the hell?
You don't know much about Hollow Knight. I'm the one who knows more about it.
I haven't even. What the hell?
It gets worse.
It will be destroyed and defeated damage or wide stagways.
previous videos where I've discussed these topics. The theory proposed here is that in the same way that void embodies regrets, the delicate flower embodies acceptance. This being an aspect of the delicate flower's nature would also explain why the trader's child and Grey Mourner are able to pass on peacefully once it has been delivered to the former's grave. As for why the Godseeker disappears along with the Shade Lord, it could be because the two were somewhat merged during the brief moment in which it was using her body to exit the dream realm. As for what the Shade Lord does or would do if its escape turned out to be successful, it may very well be just the same as the Dream No More ending scenario. Return to the Abyss once and for all. What do you think of the lore surrounding the Shade Lord? Do you agree with my speculations about it? Is there anything
What
else
the
you'd
hell?
like to add? Let me know in the comments.
How did it get worse whenever she kept speaking? I cut my tongue open.
So, wonderful. But the Shade Lord imp itself is a hard thing to get, as you have to get the Pale King pendant, and then go back to the Abyss. Get Void Heart. Which so basically, you as a knight have to basically dream nail an egg, which is technically your egg, and it because of the reflection, it makes you remember shit. And then your Pale King pendant turns into Void Heart after remembering everything and who you actually are. And then this is supposed to happen after you defeat the game. Then you go find Godseeker in the junkyard, which has all the all powerful versions.
People walk on them. You didn't even wear them 30 minutes. No, there's no power back there to wash.
I don't know.
Should have put them on your bed. Put them the next day.
The rest of the fleet eats fries. I got that recording.
What?
He dissolved into the couch.
Unbelievable.
I am couch with arms and maybe legs. Not anymore.
Does that man ever shut up?
No, I think they're like me in that aspect. I only shut up when I'm dazed.
You want to see the actual ending?
Actual ending of what? I'm imagining this is going to be a massive spoiler.
Oh, it's an ending spoiler, technically. But it's stupid hard to get, so it's fine.
My god. What the hell?
Yeah.
You want to know something?
Yeah. Yeah.
If instead of everything turning dead was replaced with the entire place getting eaten alive, that would technically be me. Yeah. Oh. I don't know what to say about this. At all.
Someone animated it.
Oh my god. Why?
Because they did.
I'm deeply concerned now.
No. Nope. I think those are fine.
Oh my. Okay, no, that's funny though.
Just some bitch slaps the radiance.
Yes.
Oh no.
What?
I remember this.
What?
I remember this.
Are you just gonna end up making me watch Hollow Knight stuff at this point?
Maybe.
Uh.
I'm sorry. I keep running into funny shit.
Oh no.
Even the babies are one of the most dangerous animals in the world, so I built this cage to keep them secure so there's no possible...
Shade Lord.
That was really horribly edited because the cutout was horrible, but it makes it because it's so horribly edited, it's funny almost.
It makes it better, honestly.
It does.
It's probably why they kept it that way.
He has a theme. He has a theme song. He what now? Oh, okay. Excuse me? Excuse? What? It says fan-made. Oh, but still someone made this? It's just 5 minutes, but it's nothing but music.
It's like that one entity that you cannot fight without dying to. I don't know what to feel about this. Or how to feel about this.
Well, it exists, apparently.
You dumped so much onto me in such a short amount of time that I am having trouble computing what is life right now.
That's why I'm letting the music run instead of finding other videos so you can process shit.
Oh, at least you understand that much.
Oh yeah, Hollow Knight as a thing is a massive fucking game. Its graphics are tiny, but it's a massive fucking game.
Melts in the couch again.
I tell you more, but you need a break. Stop bugging.
No.
It's bugging so
No.
What do you mean no?
It's not. Runs in
For me
circles.
it is. It's buffering.
Not for me.
Curious, actually. It's amazing. It's a door. I love that. Okay, what is the other one? I'm still on the other one.
What?
Yeah, no, I'm gonna let you run off the mental. Ow. It's a lot when you first hear it. But when you've known about the lore as much as I have, it's nothing.
Yeah, I don't know a thing about Hollow Knight, so this is dipping my foot into this. It's the first actual lore thing I've ever heard about it.
You wanna know something? I could,
What?
if I wanted to, I could. You wanna? Okay, so I could easily compare you to someone else in Hollow Knight.
Who?
If you. Okay, not fully because they're a horrible person. Hail
Yeah.
King has so many fucking children.
I don't know, to be honest.
So I'm a mix of Shade Lord and the Pale King.
He threw all of them into the fucking abyss because they weren't perfect.
I threw half of mine in the thing because they were being awful kids.
You had reasons. He didn't. He had children just to deal with the fucking radiance. That's the reason why he had kids. He had kids because he didn't want to deal with the fucking radiance when he overthrew her. He didn't want to pay the consequences that he started.
Lovely. And let me guess, you're playing as one of those children?
Yep.
Okay, I have at least a little bit of my predictive bullcrap happening right now.
And do you want to know what one of the children? There's technically 3 children, or 4 children that exist in that game.
Oh.
There's your half-sibling, Hornet.
Oh.
She's not made of void, though.
What is she made out of then?
She's part spider.
Why name her Hornet then?
Oh, okay, so the reasoning behind her name is because she was raised by the mantises when her mom became a dreamer. And the mantis triplets gave her that name because of how her fighting combat was that of a hornets.
Yes.
Hence the name. But then there's the broken vessel, which dies because you gotta kill the fucker.
Oh, yeah.
And then there's also the main baddie, which
You
is
might have to answer if they keep on doing that.
He has the main bad guy in him, though, technically, in his Mindscape, the Radiance.
Yes.
So you remember how I showed you that video that, did the hay thing?
Yeah.
The one that sat next to the creature in the red dress, which was Hornet, is Broken Vessel. Or not Broken Vessel. Hollow Knight? He's Hollow Knight. That's your sibling as well. But the thing is, they're all flawed technically because vessels aren't supposed to grow.
Yeah.
But he grew. And he gained emotion afterwards because his father abandoned him and gave him love.
Mm-hmm.
Which the thing that he thought to help deal with the radiance bullshittery was to have something that had no emotion, no voice, no mind, no nothing.
That's just cruel.
Exactly. Because she became the goddess of dreams.
Yeah.
And started controlling people through the dreams, which also caused them to become sick. Then there's Grimm, which I might name the new one Grimm, actually.
Oh.
Hold on. Do you want more lore dump?
At this point, I don't think it matters. I'm going to forget all of this. Spin.
Nightmare King Grimm lore. There we go. Grim Troop explained. Thank you. That's 20 minutes, though. Can you do 20 minutes?
I can do 20 minutes as long as it doesn't make me feel like I'm going to go insane.
You might, and if that happens, tell me to pause it.
Okay.
It's 20 minutes long. And technically all of this is spoiler anyways, but I need someone to talk about this. No one that I care about likes Hollow Knight that much.
I don't mind. I've been trying to do Hollow Knight.
Someone to lore dump to.
You need someone to lore dump to? Okay, I'll be that someone. It's a pretty harmless thing to lore dump.
I first talked about the Grim Troop 3 years ago, back in 2017. But anyone who has followed this channel for a while knows that I have been on quite the character arc. Back in 2017, I was but an ignorant fool. But now, I'm older. Wiser. I've read Judith Butler. Twice. All of these things have obviously helped me better appreciate Hollow Knight lore. With that being said, I think it's time we check back in on the Grim Troop, and see what new lore we can uncover. When the Grim Troop content pack first dropped, I was a little annoyed at how it seemed like Team Cherry was just throwing new characters at us, without really expanding on the characters who were already there. But looking back, the Grim Troop does more for Hollow Knight world building than I realized. For example, we now have a new higher being to examine. The lore of the Grim Troop starts with an entity known as the Nightmare Heart. Seer gives us a very cryptic bit of dialogue regarding the Nightmare Heart, and of course, she has to do it in poetry form. The expansive dream and past was split. One realm now must stay apart. Darkest reaches, beating red, terror of sleep,
Funnily
the nightmare's
enough,
heart.
this does
Let's
kind
take
of
this
play
bit
a
by
little bit
bit.
of tribute to.
We know that there is a dream realm in the
be a
world
bit of
of Hollow
call out
Knight.
for Dream and Nightmare.
It's where the
Technically,
Radiance is, it's where the
Oh.
corpse is, and even the Lifeblood creature
two
appears to
sides
inhabit
that were
some kind of
supposed to
dream
be
realm,
together,
given the appearance of
but
Dreamcatcher
then fell
particles in
apart
this
due
room.
to various reasons.
It's not really
that are
clear if
Yes.
these are all different dream
there
realms
isn't
or branches
unknown.
off of one big dream
Oh
realm.
yeah, we know
The
why
dream
they
realm
fell
where the
apart.
dreamers are and the radiants are look very different from the
That's
Pale
no
King.
mystery.
It also looks very different from Bretta's dream. If there is a
Dream.
distinction between these areas, it's vague.
Grim.
However, we do know there is one special, very different realm called the Nightmare Realm, which was completely split off from the main dream realm. While regular dreams are made up of essence, the Nightmare Realm is made up of a different type of burning essence, which Grimm describes as the Flame in Dream. For simplicity's sake, I'll just call this different essence Nightmare.
Hi, ma'am. Really,
What
I'm
exactly
on
caused
an
this
accident.
split? These kinds of splits are common in creation
I laid out
stories,
my female
like how
cat on
Zeus,
accident.
Poseidon, and Hades split up the heavens, seas,
She
and
was
underworld.
buried under
Or
blankets.
how the world of Dark World went from being a gray, unchanging world to one divided up by lords. Even our own scientific understanding of the universe starts with the theory that three of the fundamental forces of the universe were unified, but eventually split apart from one another. So lazy writing like this is kind of just how creation stories go. But that doesn't really help us answer why the Nightmare Realm has to stay apart from the Dream Realm. A pretty common theory is that the Radiants somehow caused this separation, but there really isn't any evidence for this. Maybe if Grimm actually commented once on the Radiants, but he really doesn't seem to give two shits about any of that, unfortunately. So whether this split was natural or caused by the action of some higher being, chances are we'll never know. Anyway, it seems like the Nightmare Heart is the main higher being who resides in this Nightmare Realm, and its design stands in stark contrast to the other higher beings we see in Hallownest. We've got a moth, a worm, a plant, a slug, and a giant heart made of patchwork with dozens of eyes on it. At the very core of it, the Nightmare Heart appears to be made of Nightmare Essence, similar to how the Radiance is composed of a light similar to Essence. And while the Nightmare Heart may seem different from other higher beings on the surface, it does have one thing in common with them. It really likes to mess around with regular bugs, pulling them into its service. In order to survive, the Nightmare Heart needs to conduct a ritual involving the Grimm Troop, so that it can feed off the flames of ruined civilizations. Basically, ancient abandoned kingdoms like Hallownest or Disneyland are a gold mine for Nightmare Essence. So the main way the Nightmare Heart feeds is by using the troop to find these kingdoms and harvest the essence for itself. And this ritual happens over and over, as an endless cycle the heart uses to cheat death. Of course, finding kingdoms is the first step in this process, which brings us to this corpse in the Howling Cliffs. This bug is wearing a makeshift mask that has a similar design to the masks other Grimm Troop members wear. Dream nailing this bug brings a device called the Nightmare Lantern into the physical world. This lantern seems to act as a sort of anchor for the Grimm Troop, and lighting it is what causes the Grimm Troop to arrive in Hallownest. If we dream nail the corpse again, it says, "Master, my role, apart from you, apart from kin. It pains me so." God, what a simp. This bug apparently has some kind of job that involves it leaving the troop and traveling to Hallownest.
The Nightmare Heart seems like a puppeteer form.
Once they get there, well, I'm not sure. Do they just
behave
die once
like
they
one
reach a
at
kingdom?
least.
Or did this particular bug die before it could set up the lantern? We have to dream nail the lantern out of it. Maybe this is a litmus test for anyone who would help the Grimm Troop, requiring them to have some access to the Dream Realm. Otherwise, they probably wouldn't even be able to interact with any of the Grimmkin in the first place. Now, we don't know if these bugs are just sent off in a random direction, or if they know how to reach these kingdoms.
Okay, so if you see a puppeteer form, they like to keep themselves looking very young, very small. They are supposed to be bigger than me, but they still like to keep themselves that way on purpose. They want to seem harmless. They are not harmless. The moment that a full-grown puppeteer form gets into your sight, you essentially don't have any free will anymore. We are so lucky I haven't laid an egg that has the potential to be a puppeteer form yet.
The concern is with Kotzi's egg.
Yeah.
Because with the mental is there isn't there a problem? There's probably most likely. I'm saying probably. I don't know this shit. I'm guessing.
I need to
There's
look
probably
at the
a
egg.
higher. Have to ask him then.
I'll need to look at it to tell them what form it might be, because
Then you ask him the next time he's active.
yes,
Fuck out.
I know.
Though, just to appease new, I'm going to just hold on. I'm not recording. I paused it so I can actually listen to the video without
The cat started kneading my thigh.
She's like, "You're mine now."
She is. How did you know it was the female?
Because she did that earlier.
She's the only one that does that.
To be brutally honest, I guessed. I'm not kidding, I just guessed.
Yep, there's 2 male cats and 1 female cat. The fact that you picked the female is concerning.
Why is it concerning?
Because there's a 1 out of 3 chance that could have been the case that it was female. You took the worst odds. You don't like that?
I swear, someone's eventually gonna yell. Like, is that even touching the ground? I can't tell. Am I I'm floating.
You are indeed floating. Up, up. There. No. No. Yeah. No.
22!
Barely.
It's better than nothing, shut up.
I wish there was colliders in this world, I swear. Also, I turned off my hands.
I'm like, what is that long thing? Oh, it's my tail.
Tail?
I see a long red thing. I'm like, what? Oh, I thought like something was wrong. Forgot I had a tail.
Tail.
The Godseeker and Quirrell mention that the winds carry them to Hallownest.
What?
The hell? Okay.
The audio vanished.
Which is odd.
It's
How
not.
the hell is the wind blowing towards one specific spot? Oddly enough, the Pale King does have some other weird connections to wind. The Monarch Wings and the King's Brand also blow wind throughout Hallownest for some reason. But wind lore in Hollow Knight is a whole other can of worms we'll have to save for later. Anyway, the Godseeker also detected the Pale King's afterglow while traveling to Hallownest. But I personally don't think the Grim Troop bug could have done that, considering it doesn't appear to have a God Tuner device like the Godseekers. Instead, I'm guessing a large amount of these bugs just wander around aimlessly until they can find civilizations that could be harvested for their nightmare essence. So the Grim Troop emphasizes just how barren the world of Hallownest really is. The Nightmare King's Dreamnail dialogue in Godhome hints at this with the line, "Scattered lands, nightmare binds all." This implies that the Grim Troop used the Nightmare Realm as a way to reach different kingdoms, which is what we see once we light the Nightmare Lantern. I don't think it would be a stretch to say that the Grim Troop is well traveled. And as it turns out, the Grim Troop might give us our best look into what the world outside Hallownest really looks like. Hidden within the Grim Troop's tent is a secret room that can only be accessed through some tricky wall jumps. In this room we can see some chests, a pile of masks, and this strange contraption. Now there are a few theories as to what this thing might be. At the very least we know it's important because there is a seal protecting it. One idea is that it is some kind of device that can move the tent between the real world and the Nightmare Realm. Or it could somehow be related to Grimm's performance, with all the spotlights and other stuff. But if we look at the in-game art files, the assets for this device refer to it as a chart. So I think this device is actually supposed to be a map of some kind. Now of course, an art file name is by no means canon, but our only option here is to speculate anyway. So let's just have some fun with this.
What I was
But bear in
thinking
mind, this
is,
by
like...
no means conclusive.
Hold on.
So is this thing a chart of the real world, or of the Nightmare Realm, or what?
Okay. So, you see how all of them are orbs? It could be different universes and how they're connected to each other.
Maybe.
Also, look how some of them look like they're moons. Orbiting a bigger thing. And all of them are connected at the root. So, essentially what I'm thinking is... all of these are different planetary bodies that they've seen or have perceived to be connected to each other.
Maybe.
Because that would make the most sense, because you call star charts, you know, star charts.
But instead of it being a star chart,
It's a world chart.
Or
Kingdom chart as well.
kingdom, yeah. Makes more sense actually because they seek out kingdoms.
Well, another world would be needed to feed on since the Hollow Knight world that you see seems to be so barren that
Well, no, the Silksong proves that technically there are places beyond Hollownest.
yes,
That's where the night went.
but there has to
The
be
night you plague a ghost.
yes, but that needs to be more than just that. If it's an entity that wants to keep itself alive forever.
Yeah. Kingdom to worlds, yeah.
Yes. So it's I'm thinking it's like a map to all the kingdoms and the
We're more
worlds.
connected to Hollow Knight than we actually realized.
Yeah.
I can't know, I swear.
If I end up being the one that bitch slaps Radiance, don't question it. I probably had a good reason.
Oh no, she deserves death.
Okay, then that's probably a thing. Either
And
way.
she's a giant piss baby.
Oh, that makes it so much worse. Also,
she got her kingdom overthrown by someone else, and it's like, how dare you? I'm going to build up all my rage so I can kill your kingdom and regain control.
Oh my god. I hate people like that. I had to deal with people like that. I don't wanna. That one does deserve to get eaten.
Unfortunately, none of that is clear. But these balls are possibly points of interest for the Grim Troop. So these might be the various locations they have traveled to over the years. Sort of like web addresses that point to specific domains on the internet, like twitter.com/mossbag69 or discord.gg/mossbag or mossbag.com. And I'm sure you've already noticed that there are 19 of these ball things. So does that mean there are at least 18 other civilizations that the Grim Troop has visited? What other crazy worlds could be out there? Waterworld?
Just 18.
Moonworld? New Jersey? However, if this really is supposed
New
to be
Jersey,
a chart of where the
indeed.
Grim
That would
Troop
make
has
sense,
been,
though.
it's really weird looking. Why does the world of Hollow Knight vaguely look like a cock and balls? It honestly looks more like some kind of planetary model as opposed to a topographical map.
Yeah, planetary
Which
model.
might make sense. These kingdoms could all be deep underground. We aren't even sure if Hallownest is on the surface. It appears to be, but we can't see any stars or direct evidence of such.
It's not.
Maybe the Land of Storms is on the surface considering there is rain and thunder, but
up.
maybe these weather patterns were created by the gods of thunder and rain that were once there already. So a three-dimensional map like this could make sense in this world. It's not like they would have a map on a piece of paper or a globe or something, and it's not that big of a stretch to assume that the Grim Troop would have some kind of map to help them navigate around. And if this is actually a chart of the Nightmare Realm, then it doesn't really have to look like anything to be believable. But at the end of the day, there really isn't much to go off of here. So for now, the definitive answer to what this thing is eludes us. Getting back to the Nightmare Lantern, whoever
She
lights
started
this thing
eating
gets
my
entwined
thing
into a
again.
contract with the Grim Troop, all without so much as a
You
terms
can
and
be
conditions.
cute. Is
The
that
Grim
what you're
Troop is
doing?
summoned to Dirtmouth, where they set up their tent and prepare Hallownest to be harvested of its nightmare essence. The Grim Troop, of course, has a troop master, known as Troop Master Grim. Grim has a unique aesthetic, which has made him pretty popular in the Hollow Knight fandom for some reason. He looks like a Gen 7 starter Pokemon. Like, can he even be considered a bug of any kind? I've heard some people say that he's supposed to be a vampire moth. Looks absolutely nothing like that to me. Might as well say he's a Caterpillar MD6250 rotary drill. No, Grim and his troop appear to be a hodgepodge of horror tropes. Regardless of what kind of bug Grim may be, he definitely draws from Dracula. He's got the long flowing cape, he can explode into smaller winged creatures, and his moveset seems to borrow quite a lot of concepts from the Castlevania Dracula fights. And you've got the whole creepy traveling circus thing, although it's not a very good circus. They just set up a tent and then expect the visitors to perform. kind of the opposite of how that's supposed to work, I think. When the knight first talks to Grim, he gives it the rundown on what the troop is doing. Well, he gives a very brief, very vague explanation. He gives the knight the Grimchild charm, and tells it to seek out the Grimkin, who have been collecting nightmare essence throughout Hallownest. Using the Grimchild, the knight will be able to find Grimkin, kick their asses, and store the essence inside the Grimchild. Once returned, the Grimchild then evolves into its second of 4 different forms, implying that the Grimchild might have fed off these flames to become stronger. But it's not just the flames of Hallownest's nightmare essence that the Grimchild feeds off of. According to Grim, it can also feed off the heat of a passionate dance, or in other words, the Grim boss fight. There's also one other way the Grimchild can feed, by consuming the Nightmare King himself. Yes, like most things in Hollow Knight, it all comes back to Vor. The Nightmare King can be fought after collecting 3 sets of flames from the Grimkins, scattered all throughout Hallownest. Once this is done, Grim can be found sleeping in the far side of the tent. Dreamnailing Grim takes the knight to the Nightmare Realm. There we can find the Nightmare Heart, surrounded by Grimkin nightmares. We then see the Nightmare Heart suffer from a pretty severe myocardial rupture, as the Nightmare King emerges from inside. The Nightmare King is basically just a much faster version of the Troopmaster Grim, but with more flame on his attacks. According to more poetry, the troop wants to burn away the Nightmare King and feed it to the Grimchild. Once this is accomplished, the Grimchild's eyes will burn brightly with the flame of the Nightmare Heart, and everyone involved with the Grim Troop will disappear. Well, almost everyone, but we'll get to that. So basically, we dream-nailed into Grim, found the Nightmare Heart, killed the Nightmare King inside it, and then that got fed to Grim Jr. Grim was a vessel for the Nightmare Heart, and now the heart has been transferred over into a fresh new vessel, the Grimchild. From here we can assume that the Grimchild will grow into a new Grim and start his own troop, and move away and never call home again. Now that's cool and all, but it raises some interesting questions. What is the rest of the Grim Troop doing now? Do they just sit around and wait for the grown-up Grimchild to show up? Also, if this little guy is the new Grim, what happens if we take him into the Temple of the Black Egg? Will Grim be trapped with us in there forever? Does he get completely destroyed in the Dream No More ending? And then of course we have the Embrace the Void ending. Does Grim just get completely consumed by the Shade Lord, lost forever in a sea of void? The point is, the Knight is probably the last creature Grim would want to be stuck with in charm form, cause there really aren't any endings that go well for the Knight's physical body. But of course there is more to the Grim Troop than just Grim himself. We also have the Grimkin, as well as characters like Brum and Divine. We get the best insight into Grim's entourage from Confessor Gigi. Perhaps you suspect that they hide their true appearance. You'd be right. They favor projection over truth, shrouding themselves in forms dreamed. Best be careful. Assisting them might benefit you, but who knows what suffering it may cause. Digging into this dialogue, we can see 2 different types of Grim Troop members. You've got the Grimkin, who appear to be more like ghosts. They can teleport around and even show up in the Nightmare Realm. Then you've got bugs like Brum, Divine, and the Grimsteeds, who appear to be like normal bugs. And I'm using the phrase normal bugs loosely. The one thing all these characters have in common are the masks they wear.
Right.
Even
Divine
the bug
is a
outside
weird,
the kingdom is wearing a Grim Troop
concerning
mask,
thing.
although this one looks more like a third-rate cosplay than actual Grim Troop wardrobe. Now I have talked about masks a lot on this channel. My Mask Maker video, my King's Pass video, Godmaster, Coliseum of Fools, even my review of the mask starring Jim Carrey mentions them.
She's
But
supposed
that's
to be
no
like
surprise. Masks are very mysterious
Aunt,
and important to the world of horror. But Gigi doesn't actually mention the masks outright.
That makes sense.
Instead, she says that the Grim Troop prefers projection, and to hide themselves in forms dreamed. This could be referring to how Grimkin are literally dream creatures. They come in 3 forms: novices, masters, and nightmares. It seems that as they become more devoted to Grim, they become more nightmare-like in their appearance. But from what we see in the Grim Troop tent, these masks appear to be real physical objects. This might imply that the Grimkin use masks as conduits to project their dream forms into the real world. Perhaps that is even the case with Grim himself. But that claim is pretty speculative, so don't hang your hat on that being true. There are plenty of ghosts that don't have anything physical to them, but still interact with the real world. But what is clear is that these masks do have an effect on living bugs, and we can see this pretty clearly with Brum. During the last phase of harvesting essence, the knight can find Brum hidden away in Deep Nest, far away from the eyes of Grim. Brum laments the never-ending cycle of the Grim Troop, and asks the knight to aid him in banishing the troop from Hallownest forever. If the knight goes through with this request and uproots the Nightmare Lantern in the Howling Cliffs, Grim's tent disappears from Dirtmouth, and next to the bench we can find a very different looking Brum, under a new name, Nim. Nim gives us a very clear look at how the mask Brum was wearing affected him. As Brum, he had no memory of his past life, and his demeanor was very constrained. As Nim, he is more carefree, and has forgotten his time in the troop. More surprisingly, however, Nim has also physically shrunk down in size. That's rough, buddy. The mask itself appears to transform into the Carefree Melody charm, which grants protection to anyone who wears it. We can see that the mask still radiates with the power of the Grim Troop by the flames that come off the knight when it activates. So that sort of ties the masks to having a dreamlike quality of sorts, similar to what Confessor Gigi mentioned. Nim's experience also closely parallels a line from Mask Maker: to change a face, to conceal it fully within another, a powerful protection that is, but one with sad consequence. The original mind is destroyed, though those of striking will may retain a sliver of that concealed self. Nim's mask made him bigger and connected to the Grim Troop, but his original mind was lost, and it only came back because he fought back against Grim's wishes, remembering that he used to be more than just a vessel. So it seems like these masks basically brainwashed members of the troop into serving the Nightmare Heart. Maybe these bugs were all forced to serve the troop, and that might be what Gigi is referring to when she mentions those who would suffer by completing the ritual. This gives us an interesting contrast. Maskmaker says he makes masks for those who ask, and says it is a gift for a world deserving. But the Nightmare Heart uses it as a way to control bugs, and make them work towards its own goals. Of course, working as a slave under the heart might beat the alternative of trying to survive in the wasteland that covers much of the world, but it's still kind of a dick move. And since I talked about Brum so much, I should at least mention Divine. Her job within the Grim Troop is to... well, I'm not really sure why she's here. She talks about how she can smell something in Hallownest, referring to the fragile charms that Leg Eater sells. You can give her these charms, which she will then turn into unbreakable charms by eating them and shitting them out. Yeah, I'm not sure why Grim keeps her around. Divine doesn't even leave with the Grim Troop if you complete the ritual without finishing her side quest.
When that happens.
I mean, from a gameplay perspective it's nice, but lore-wise it doesn't make any sense. I guess Grim just doesn't really care if she's around or not. Also, I guess she has more autonomy than Brum because she's only wearing half a mask? Instead, you need to get all the unbreakable charms, then talk to Leg Eater so he will seek out Divine. Which, well, that doesn't go well for him. However, if you choose to banish the Grim Troop, Divine leaves for good, and if you didn't get the unbreakable charms, then you're just shit out of luck. And then we have the Grimsteeds. These bugs appear to be the same species as Willow, but are also wearing masks. Some people have pointed out that Willow's tent is a shade of red, implying that she might have been part of the Grim Troop at one point. But, come on. It's clearly just red because it's covered in the blood of her numerous victims. In conclusion, the Grim Troop is a traveling band of bugs, who all serve a higher being known as the Nightmare Heart. They use the Nightmare Realm to fast travel between the different ruined kingdoms of the world, harvesting Nightmare Essence to prolong the Heart's existence. Masks are perhaps used to keep these bugs in line, and connected to the troop. But despite that, some bugs are able to fight against this control, and it's up to the player to decide what fate should befall these poor bugs. Of course, most likely the player won't have any idea what's going on at all, and that decision is made completely arbitrarily. One final thing to note is that Grim is known by the White Lady, despite being from so far away. And while Gigi finds Grim unfamiliar, she is still able to pick up on what is really going on with the troop. This helps us realize how learned these characters are, which might not be a surprise for the White Lady, but more so for Gigi. This character has a lot going on that we just don't know about. And so there you have it. I felt bad for leaving the Grim Troop mostly out of my main lore video, but man, there was a lot to discuss here. As for future Hollow Knight content, I know many of you—
Shut up.
My head feels like it's about to explode. What the hell?
No Sun Moon Show today. No Sun Moon Show today.
No. No, please, God, no. She's making biscuits on my thigh and I'm concerned.
I'm gonna wait until you process everything and be like, what the fuck?
Oh, I've already gotten to that point. I just don't react whenever I realize what the hell just happened. I've learned not to.
So, like, there are three known gods. It is Nightmare King Grim, Radiance, and then Shade Lord.
Exactly. And I'm like two of them. In some capacity.
Oh, well, and then Pale King. Well, he died.
Yes.
He dead now. Be glad I'm not going to show you the whole lore video.
If you show me that, I teleport somewhere else.
I know, that's why I'm not showing you.
The cat knows I'm in mental turmoil right now. Which is why she's kneading on me.
She's like, I don't know what the fuck happened, but biscuits.
Yes, exactly.
You need bread in your life, my friend.
More bread. Yay.
At that point, she's working on a bakery.
Casually keeps kneading.
Pet's cat. Pet's non-existent cat.
Oh no, the cat exists. Right here. Right there.
Yeah, no, I know. I know.
Cat. She licked me. She licked me.
You get cats to lick you?
The cats like to lick me.
Do I even have emotion in this? Yes, I do.
Yes, you do. Oh, Lucy. Oh, she's nudging my hand now. Oh, come here, sweetie.
Meow.
I'm petting her head.
There's no difference.
Yes, there is. Sir? Sir? Oh, I didn't notice that you were on my pillow, sir. Hi, buddy. She's like, no. She's like, no. It's the old one.
I like how it's this point we're talking in here because of the other one. Also, I like how we're contradicting right now. Each other right now.
What?
With our forms. Look at you, and then look at me.
Yeah. I didn't do this on purpose. Oh.
I didn't either. That's the funny thing is, I just wanted to make New somewhat happy. But yeah, if I might name New Grim. I don't know.
Spin. Casually knows how to spin while moving. Hi, sir. Are you gonna lick me? Like a record, baby, round, 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 round.
Look at my poor wings.
Oh, yeah. They're not as bad as mine, though, whenever I have them positioned like that.
I'm dizzy.
Someone sniffed my arm.
I got dizzy from that, buddy.
Dizzy. You got so dizzy.
Shut the fuck up, I will end you.
No. No, I won't. You know what I'm doing right now. I am laying down. I don't know why, but I am crying.
Oh.
No, I seriously don't know why. There's nothing to cry about.
Yeah. I think that's just how your brain's coping with the lore dump.
It doesn't do this whenever I get lore dumped, though. Oh no, Galaxy.
Galaxy and lore dump, probably.
No, me and Galaxy, since I've been in their head before, I kind of, have a emotional link with that one, and when they start crying, I start crying.
Oh.
I felt misty-eyed earlier.
Are they even in the call?
I don't know. Yes, they are, but they're muted. Everyone's muted. Yeah, she's probably crying. She muted.
Yeah.
She only mutes when she cries.
Or we're talking about thing. We're not.
Yeah, we're not. Shooting stars.
Oh, also, if you want to put put anything on that you want to watch, you can.
Let's make myself suffer more, shall we?
What are you searching up? What are you searching up?
How Moon was a better villain.
Who?
Moon. From the security breach.
Oh. How Moon...
How Moon was better villain than Vanny or Mimic.
So fucking terrifying, that's why.
Yes.
You instill fear. Unlike those two.
Interesting relationship with its villains.
Oh shit, what the hell?
What?
Animatronics themselves, but they were
What the hell?
sympathetic ones.
There we go.
Victims, murdered children haunting the suits. Naturally, once it came time for the real villain to show, he was the one behind their deaths, a man named William Afton. William Afton, also known as Springtrap, was both a very successful villain for the franchise, is still extremely popular, and is unfortunately where FNAF's issues with villains began. He was introduced to us in minigames, showing his many terrible acts before properly appearing trapped and fused with the suit he had been using for these acts for so long. The Spring Bonnie suit. A fitting appearance. Keeping this section brief, Springtrap was very effective. The backstory of his crimes, the progression of how he was springlocked, his disturbing, rotten body now combined with an animatronic, his hulking, human-like motions and alarmingly aware eyes. Springtrap worked. William Afton worked, and people ate him up. Maybe a little too much, as something peculiar happened. It happened in both the games and the books. William Afton started to change. In FNAF 1 to 4 in the Silver Eyes book, Afton was portrayed as a murderer who killed for the thrill and for the joy of creating monsters. Sister Location introduced us to a new side of William Afton.
bruise in my fucking
as
leg.
an animatronic making genius who managed to make a
I've had a bruise since Wednesday, and it won't go away.
both working for and with him and elsewise. In the books, William was soon revealed to actually be a mad scientist who was really killing kids to try and gain immortality. And in Pizzeria Simulator, Springtrap returns as
I can't pause
Afton,
it.
or Scrap Trap, in a largely different suit.
I have a bruise in my muscle.
I have a bruise everywhere. Down to the bone, apparently. In my leg. That has not disappeared. Since last Wednesday.
It's on my ankle. I have to bike later today.
Oh dear God. You're kind of screwed.
I'm not going to be doing any more than 10 minutes though, so...
Yes, but you do an intense 10 minutes. Don't exercise if you're injured. It just causes more problems.
My dad's gonna say I'm using it as an excuse.
That doesn't matter. Even whenever athletes push themselves way too much, they ruin their bodies for the rest of their lives. You're not an athlete. You don't need to push yourself that hard. You probably have that because you were on the bike yesterday. Which means you have to chill pill. But majorly. Because if you keep hurting yourself, at some point you're not going to be able to use your legs.
Or I'll lose sensation in them.
No, you just lose your legs. If you lose sensation, you won't be able to move them. Not very well, anyways.
My mom has lost all feeling in her legs and she still moves.
Yeah, because you can still feel her hips.
With a slew of dark and edgy lines to accompany him.
What a deceptive calling. I knew it was a lie the moment I heard it, obviously. But it is intriguing nonetheless. Fascinating.
What they have become. That was easier than I thought it would be.
Emphasizing how clever and cruel he is. And he just kept coming back. His tagline, "I always come back," turned out to be a curse. And not the cool kind like Ganondorf, but the kind where every time Afton returns, he not only feels like a different character, but it takes away more of what made Springtrap initially great.
Yes.
Now, my belief, and the reason William Afton is so important to this video, is that these many changes were due to an interest in changing FNAF's story and adding in different themes and plot points and threats, but wanting to cling to the same villain. Like, let's have a mad scientist villain. Well, let's just make it Afton. Let's give Afton these lines so everyone knows how dark and evil he is. Let's redesign him to look more like a skeleton, to look cooler, despite the fact that now he's definitely not the Springtrap we recall. The books portray it best as Afton goes from a deranged killer with a warped view of the world to a mastermind who actually wanted to get Springlock, this was all part of his plan, to being still alive and getting out of Springtrap because this was all his genius plan to create magic goo to keep him alive forever. I think I've made my point, but instead of switching villains, FNAF clung to Afton as long as humanly possible. This is very apparent from the first new villain that was introduced, Circus Baby. Circus Baby was a creation of William's
Circus Baby's not the villain, though.
kids, who was possessed by his daughter, who
Technically,
when he wasn't watching her.
It's an art.
Circus Baby
Yes.
was the first truly malicious animatronic.
Technically, it's
He
an
was
art.
aware and manipulative, cold,
Yes.
and pretended to be friendly just to get what she
It's
needed
an
to
art.
survive. However, on the other hand, she also had a very tragic
She was.
backstory.
But I'm pretty sure Baby was already absorbed into an art in the first place.
She was trapped, and she wanted freedom, and she was willing to go through anyone to get it. Unfortunately, for the
Exactly.
next game, Circus Baby's role as the new big bad was cut dramatically short. The amalgam she and her band had become, Ennard, was broken apart, and Baby herself became subservient to Afton, just wanting to make him happy despite the fact that in Sister Location, she thought she was targeting William, as per Michael's words, and gutted him.
They didn't recognize me at first, but then they thought I was you.
This character change was not a progression of Baby's own, but instead to remind us who the real big bad was, Afton. We couldn't have two villains out for their own goals. Baby had to be beneath Afton.
No.
This ended up shooting
Yep.
itself in the foot, as Baby was the best chance the franchise had at budding off into new villains, and it wasn't taken. The cause of both William Afton's juggling and Baby's changes is the same.
I don't think I can pause it. Thank you. Like, I get it. She's technically Elizabeth, but like, the whole thing with how she was supposed to be with Nard was because she got pissy and they decided to scrap that pissiness to adoring, and it's like, the fuck?
Mm.
And
she switched on a dime out, and there's no reason behind it officially.
Yeah, exactly. It's inconsistent characterization.
Moon kept his consistency, though.
Yeah, exactly. That's why he'd be a better villain in general, since he kept it all throughout as all of his interactions.
Even in Help Wanted 2.
Yeah, exactly.
Like, his aggression is because he either has a kill code or because of the virus.
Yep.
But technically he's not, at the same time, he's not a lackey because he of itself has his motives.
Exactly.
He hates everything. He hates everything because he was forced to be in a situation with Sun and wasn't allowed to be free. He was trapped in a pitiful hell that he couldn't escape from until the lights turned out.
Exactly. It's like...
Anyways.
That was like Solar and Gremlin's situation at first.
It was to give the series more villain archetypes without giving them more villains, instead relying on the ones they had, likely due to William's popularity. This instead backfired as it made William, who was still popular no doubt, maybe a little less credible. At least there were a lot more memes made about him after this.
Jimmy Neutron.
So FNAF was going to have to get a new villain eventually. It set fire to the old ones and brought in the new. And there came Glitchtrap.
Oh,
now, I
dear
will not
God.
get into the debate on whether Glitchtrap is actually William or is a clone of him, because I think it is pointless. It doesn't matter if Glitchtrap is William. By all accounts, he is William. That is, he is everything William was. A man in a rabbit suit luring children into the back room, one who is constantly intertwined with Afton's notable crime, the missing children incident, who dances around and possesses people and hacks databases, and apparently came off of an old piece of equipment, all but confirmed to be from the pizzeria where Afton was burned to death. Again. in spiritual form being a massive rabbit amalgam, which William is said to have become in the books that came out around the same time, and even has the tagline, "I always come back." So it doesn't matter if Glitchtrap is or isn't Afton's spirit or is a clone. He is still filling virtually the same role as William Afton. So Afton was replaced by another Afton. The new villain was the same as the old. Glitchtrap didn't do much, really. But Glitchtrap's importance really comes from the fact that he is the direct cause of the actual new villains coming into the fold. Since William Afton's retirement, we've had contenders coming up
It's
to take
making
his
biscuits on my thigh again.
are Vanny, a young woman possessed by the essence of Afton who takes on his
She's
role as a funny
consistently needing
suit-clad
me.
maniac, and the Mimic, a creature that just straight up believes it is Afton sometimes. Let's start with Vanny. As portrayed in Help Wanted, Vanny was a VR tech who ended up getting possessed by Glitchtrap while trying to purge him from Fazbear Entertainment's new video game. By security breach, she dons a white rabbit suit and starts terrorizing the Pizzaplex. But you wouldn't know that from playing the game. Despite her picture.
So I'm pretty sure she's about to bring up the AR thing.
Yeah, maybe.
Which explains it more. But also, in technicality, you play as Vanessa when you play Help Wanted.
Oh?
Technically. Someone else that... now I'm getting this from someone else's making. It could be all false, but it makes logical sense. Where someone else rounded up tapes and said, like, there's something wrong with Glitchtrap. It's a thing.
Mm-hmm.
In subtle cues, and you, once getting all the tapes and maybe coins, get transferred almost. With
Yes.
the weasel bitch. So it would make either logical. It would make the most logical sense that you are playing Vanessa.
Yeah, or someone similar to Vanessa, at least.
Yeah.
Anyways, continue.
And the AR confirmed it. Anyways, yeah.
Yes.
Being on the box, all over the marketing, in so much merch, and being featured in many of the endings, Vanny herself barely does anything in Security Breach. Her other half, who is never confirmed but is most definitely her, Vanessa, is also barely in the game. They blip in and out of the story. They appear only like twice each. There's no saying they hacked their way into the building, and Gregory, the kid we play as, casually mentions that children have gone missing, meaning Vanny is kidnapping and likely killing children. But it's just not in the game due to major cuts and censorship. Yes, Vanny was censored. Often portrayed as having a kitchen knife, by time the game came out there was no knife to speak of. Vanny just skipped around without anything at all. The game also censored its only mentioning of blood when Gregory cuts his arm, leading to people believing he was a robot. These cuts are so egregious that when the game came out, she had only one functional line during encounters, so she would skip around repeatedly asking, "Are you having fun yet?" A multitude of lines were cut from her and Vanessa, and every single cutscene of her shown in the initial trailer was cut before release. The two are even missing from the well-animated intro and final ending cutscenes. And what's worse,
she was supposed to be in the background
this didn't stop with
Oh.
Security Breach. Security Breach was rushed. Yeah. Okay, it happens. But what's Help Wanted 2's excuse? Help Wanted 2 is, by all accounts, a completely finished game, during which Vanny, who was believed to have been saved and cured, returns into the fold. Once again, a multitude of her lines, and lines from Mystic Hippo that seemed to be from her, were cut. But there's also something even more devious. So in the game, Glitchtrap is around doing stuff. You can find these secret memory dolls relating to Afton's old victims. You need these to get the Vanny ending. But for some reason, Glitchtrap holds them out to you, even though this ending is how you defeat him. Except, he wasn't supposed to. In the files, you can apparently find where there was supposed to be Vanny's hands and were changed to Glitchtrap's. Why?
What?
I can only assume
Yes.
to make the ending more shocking, but I remember the immediate response to the ending of Vanny's return, and destruction of Glitchtrap, and it was, huh? What's that mean? Not a raging, wow, Vanny was back! Tetrabit Gaming covered this, so I'd check out their video for more details. Basically, Vanny was promoted as a new villain and used as a poster child for merch and advertisements, but then was never used to any degree. She was basically another circus baby, built to be a new villain, but then cast by the wayside for more important ones. So despite the fact that Help Wanted 2 teases that Vanny might be making a grand return, there's not much to get excited about. And then there's the Mimic, a character all but shadow dropped into the story and is now being posed as being everyone and behind everything unwarrantedly. So Mimic is an endoskeleton who, so far, seems to compulsively mimic whomever it comes in contact with. It is not confirmed, but alluded to being Burntrap at the end of Security Breach, the creature that was either Afton or mimicking him. Other than that, Mimic's only hints have been ones so vague that they were often penned to other characters before now being given to him, and are still not directly connected. And that counts for all of Mimic. Mimic is a piecemeal creation through and through, taking the gimmicks of numerous other characters to form this underwhelming amalgam. It takes Ennard's ability to mimic voices, change its shape to fit into human bodies, and design a being pieced of mismatched parts.
Yeah, there's a reason why I prefer referring to myself to being occasionally not doing a Nard shit, unlike because Mimic's shitty. And Nard is good.
It's a slightly altered version of Circus Baby Hot Charlie's from the book trilogy, and like Vanny, it is believed to be following in Afton's footsteps. It is also believed to be Glitchtrap in a convoluted way that I will not cover because I don't care. See, a lot of what Mimic isn't even shown or told. It's people filling in pieces to make this character more than he is. So what is he? Weak. Introduced in Ruin, Mimic is mimicking Gregory to lure in Cassie to help free him. He does a terrible job at it, but Cassie believes him because she's a little kid. He needs her because he got cemented up in the basement like the cast of Amontillado, and after she frees him, he drops the guys and begins to slowly chase her through some tunnels, either wearing a stitched-together mascot suit or nothing at all. Then he either gets his arm lopped off in an elevator or unberthed from his suit by a scooper. And that's pretty much all we've seen of Mimic, unless you want to directly pretend he's someone else. So like Vanny, he's supposed to be this threatening villain, but we just don't see it, and what we do see is, well, it's not that much. He is just an endoskeleton, and unlike some characters with a slim build who...
The Sun and Moon show in that universe have actually made fun of Mimic for this bullshittery, actually.
Oh!
He does nothing relating to the Sun and Moon show. He does nothing compared to the other shit. And Nard does. And Nard plays heavy in some of the roles. Other places. Same when Moon goes to vent to Roxanne. She's like, hold on, who the fuck are you? It's like, are you a Nard? It's like, no, I'm Moon. It's like, oh, sorry, we've been dealing with the Nard issues.
Oh dear God.
But like, they made fun of Mimic as well in their universe.
Yeah, because it would have been such a cool idea, but they squandered it so hard. And the way that it was shoehorned in, you know.
Yeah, continue.
Still look threatening. This guy does not. Not with that baby face. His reveal is predictable, his presence is entirely imagined, and once again, it doesn't matter what I said. At his core, he is Afton replacement. A guy in a suit, tricking and killing kids, and killing people for no particular reason. The books also portray him as this Terminator creature that just runs around killing people in brutal ways in the dumbest fashion. Like teenagers break into the Pizzaplex and he just kind of runs into the room, kills one brutally, walks off, waits for another one to separate. It feels like it's trying to reflect on classic horror movie tropes, but it's this thing, this schmuck who had to get a little girl
so
just
cute.
to help him out of the basement. Now for the books, I am not covering them right now, but if you want to
I know.
Mimic's appearance in them, buy the Tales files from the Pizzaplex box
So
set,
pitifully
read
cute.
the whole thing, and then pick and choose which parts of Mimic's occasionally inconsistent story you want to remember, and keep in mind that likely none of it might get into the games. Okay, so, Vanny and the Mimic. Both of these characters were created to replace Afton and have been batted back and forth to little success, largely because they are in one vein or the other clones of Afton. Clones of Afton who are simply not doing anything.
And yet
Vanny
Vanny has a plush and has a really good plush compared to Sun and Moon.
Seem very interested
Yeah.
in actually showing them doing anything. And that could be from cuts and censors, but
Despite
there's not
Moon
much of an
being
attempt
very
to work
favorable.
around it. Even
Oh,
when there's
yeah.
a chance to have these two play a bigger role, it's not taken. Vanny was cut from Security Breach for the most part, and the final boss was Burntrap, who is maybe supposed to be the Mimic now, and then Mimic took over in Ruin as Vanny was saved, except in Help
Blob.
2 implies that Glitchtrap's been destroyed and Vanny still exists.
Oh, Blob
and now
does
these
exist
two are
in
both active
DLC.
players, kind of
The
like
hell?
the way they had started with Afton and Baby.
He does.
A whole lot messier. Vanny's no baby, and Mimic only wishes he was Afton. And while FNAF was having trouble getting Vanny and Mimic to work, and if you want my opinion, floundering them both with 2 left feet and no thumbs, it ended up creating the perfect next step villain entirely unintentionally. One who, while sharing space with what made William initially creepy, doesn't share his exact gimmicks, has a different MO, a totally different story, and wasn't just another thing in a bunny
He has different
suit.
motives.
And that
Exactly.
villain was the daycare attendant. The daycare attendant is, as the name implies, the attendant in the Superstar daycare at the Pizzaplex, but you likely know them more as Sun and Moon, and you probably know them due to their large, thriving fan base. While the fan headcanons of Sun and Moon are marginally different now, I'll be going straight off of their canon in-game versions. Sun is a stressed out, nervous wreck who compulsively hovers, gets extremely huffy about children's art projects, and acts generally like, well, the best comparison I fall back on is a Squidward pretending to be a SpongeBob. He gives off the illusion of bubbliness, but underneath it is something cynical and fed up.
You can stop throwing things now. Oh, that was only funny the first few times. Do it again, and you're taking a nap.
And this is because Sun is in a constant state of panic over his eventual turn into Moon, his other half, as Sun puts it, the other me.
Are you done yet? Why are you taking so long? Can't work in the dark. Don't work in the dark. Never work in the dark. You'll hurt your eyes if you work in the dark. Whatever you do, keep the lights on.
When the lights go out,
poor baby.
Sun's body shifts and Moon takes over. Moon is aggressive, maniacal, mischievous, and way too agile.
That's how Solar was. Pretty sure they had a mental breakdown over it as well.
He likes dealing out punishment generously.
It's past your bedtime.
The ironic part is Solar and Gremlin, their voices are similar to their in-game counterparts.
But eventually Moon comes out and starts causing problems for the both of them. While Sun and Moon are often regarded as 2 completely separate personalities, Help Wanted 2 really blurred the lines between them as we see Sun speaking like Moon when he gets upset, his voice edging into his. Indeed, with Help Wanted 2's many reveals, it's pretty clear that Sun and Moon are in a possessed state similar to Vanessa and Vanny. Moon is Sun's glitch-trap hacked other half, which explains his cut but similar animations to him, hints in his minigame, and the fact that Vanny is controlling him during the ending of Help Wanted 2. This is what truly turns the daycare attendant from a one-off threat to an actually effective villain. There's many more facets to what he is. It's not just he turns evil when the lights go out. It's he turns, but also there's this exhausted and frustrating person existing on top of that, this type of person who would very well snap at any time. Not to mention his abilities. The daycare attendant is extremely agile and from cut animations is capable of climbing on the walls. Few animatronics can actively climb walls in the current day. In fact, Moon can do a lot of things that Mimic is supposed to do, except we actually see them. Also, let me get the books out of the way real quick so I can get less comments telling me about them.
Yes.
The books, no, one of the mini books say he is a theater robot, but it is a little nonsensical. Apparently, there's a bunch of pizza
supposed to
like
be.
hundreds of them.
Mhm.
Every sun and moon ever, often mistakenly called moondrop by the way, was taken out of a random theater and put into a daycare without being fixed. Even though there's supposedly hundreds of pizzaplexes and so hundreds of daycare attendants. Also, it implies that Moon was always evil and never possessed, which is discredited directly by Cassie's lines in Ruin, which imply that Moon wasn't always like this, and Vanny literally controlling Moon as a puppet. But of course, this was from the sexy anime girl story, which is considered the most game accurate one for some reason. Likely because it straight up steals scenes from the games to pad its length. Yeah, they couldn't reach those 2 parts without a little skimming. Likely the reason people believe it's real is because Sun and Moon do have theater theming, totally ignoring the fact that the Fazbear Theater was already in the daycare and that it was likely used to inspire the book, not the other way around. In fact, the theater they came from was likely the Fazbear Theater, written by someone who kinda just glossed over a map of the location and went off of that. See, like the character encyclopedia that had Henry's page just be one cutscene and nothing else, or the stories that inaccurately portray animatronics like they don't know anything about them, yeah, I'm not too trusting of the books. Whenever you wonder if the books are entirely canon, remember that the fandom was willing to believe Glamrock Foxy was confirmed due to a misread of a leaked book saying that he was in an arcade cabinet alongside Orville the elephant. TLDR, the books are only as important as you want them to be. Back to the actual video and the point of the video. So while struggling getting Vanny and Mimic to really do anything credible, the daycare attendant was getting much less screen time and somehow blowing both out of the water. Well, actually, I think he got more screen time than both combined, really.
He did.
But that's not a high
Lovely.
set. Unintentionally becoming
No,
the
pause
better
that.
villain.
He did.
See, compared to Vanny and Mimic, the
I
daycare
gotta turn on my arm again. Give me a moment.
side act to the oh so scary kitty strangling rat.
Can it function?
But look for any amount of time and you
No.
realize the daycare attendant
No.
actually outdoes the two in every
Come on.
avenue. Starting with Help Wanted 2 managing the showcase
Jackal
on
Moon and Sun are canon? What?
Yes, they are.
Sorry. Oh.
They are canon because that was the Fall Fest version of them.
Okay, what was I thinking of? Oh, yeah, no, because technically it's Moon during the... It has an entire, like, chase scene type situation in the daycare for Gregory to turn the lights on.
Mhm.
And then gets chased every hour for 10 minutes.
Yes.
And then him punching Freddy down.
And kidnapping him.
Yes. And then, again, doing the hour thing. Sneaking onto the... Well, the parts and service elevator before he knocked him down. And then there's the DLC, which Ruin exists, and you could technically you can count Eclipse, Ruin Eclipse, as Moon as well, technically.
Because he's both sun and moon.
Yeah. So like Moon's active for most of the time. Cassie's in the daycare. Then he gets down somehow. I don't know. I never watched the DLC, nor do I care.
I have.
I heard besides the
I have watched the DLC thing. Yeah, and even the daycare thing sucked.
Sad.
They squandered so much potential with that. You know?
Yeah.
You could have had, like, a thing where you had to flash a flashlight at their face. Like, and try to get out of the daycare through a maze of that, you know, the ruins.
Ruined daycare.
Yes, they could have done that. That would have been so easy to set up, too.
Because they've done a maze thing.
Yes, they've done a maze. And it could have just been a linear maze where scary things just happen while they're trying to chase you, and it would still have been better than what we got.
Yeah. And but then they also have have Help Wanted too. Cameo, not cameos. Appearances with the art thing with Sun, the carousel, and this.
Yeah.
Anyways, go ahead.
I'm not gonna turn off my arms anymore.
Ever wonder why Moon is in so many minigames in Help Wanted 2? Well, actually not that many, just like 3, 4 if you count Jacko Moon. Because the daycare attendant is very versatile. He can climb easily, move easily, twist his body up and fit into most spaces. If you need someone on the ceiling, circling a carousel, hiding behind a ticket booth, crawling through a vent, climbing down a fire escape upside down, Moon can do it. Character-wise he will, body-wise he's capable. Vanny is just a human. Possessed or not, all she can do is skip, do a little dance, and not wield a knife. And even then, she really doesn't ever do anything
Not wield a knife.
You would have to be very sparing with your use of her lest you see how withheld she is, because at the end of the day, she's just a chick in a rabbit suit. And as a chick myself, I could take her. I would fight dirty. Mimic might be a robot, but he is stiff as all get out. He walks like frickin' Frankenstein, and despite him supposedly being able to fit into any
Frankenstein's monster.
practice, he seems awkward and
That is a correction that I will make.
could contort as easily as Moon can. If he can, it's going to take a while.
Frankenstein's a scientist, damn it. I hate that people get that confused.
Mimic's the broken one that looks creepy but can't do anything. Moon's one of the colorful ones with the flat faces that doesn't look as dangerous but kills on contact and lets you kick really hard. When it comes to design, Moon is also much more effectively scary and visibly dangerous than Vanny or Mimic. He looks uncanny and creepy, and moves in a way to mimic. He cackles and sneers, he shakes his head. Really off-putting stuff.
Yep.
Vanny's mask looks somewhat creepy, but she doesn't move in a creepy way. There were some cut animations of her walking with a tilted head in an almost zombie-like fashion, but in the final game she's got skipping, goofy run, and a lot of motions that are way too human to give the illusion across. Mimic is, like I said, the stiffest thing since they had to give oil to the Tin Man in The Wizard of Oz. Get
Oh
this
dear.
some WD-40. He just kind of shuffles around and does seem to be strong, but also slow. At least slow enough. And there's the contrast, because I could believe that Moon would be stronger than the average human, but I can barely believe the Mimic's capable of climbing up a flight of stairs. Character-wise, Sun and Moon are much more fleshed out, and that's kind of funny to say because they share the same sort of possession who is in control shtick as Vanny. But the problem is, we don't see Vanny's battle with it at all. We see Vanessa acting like a pill, but other than that, we just see blips, and at this point, can't even piece together what she thinks about all of this. This is also why Sun and Moon have a better sympathetic backstory, because we're actively seeing it. Mimic just mimics, except sometimes he's a gaslighter with an attitude problem, unless Help Trap is Glitch Trap, not Mimic, which is very possible, in which case Mimic has no personality except Mimic. And above all else, the daycare attendant does something I mentioned earlier and will mention again. He is separated just enough from William Afton that he doesn't feel like a replacement. The idea of this real person, in this case a jaded adult, a stranger, inside of a child-friendly suit, getting too close to the kids, when you think of it that way, the DA is downright terrifying. Too human to be all robot, too robot to be totally human. It works. It works in a way Mimic does not, because
he
well,
acts
for one,
human, but he
isn't
human.
Doing stuff
Exactly.
He's actually scary, and because he is
he's flexible enough to be human, but he isn't.
Society and getting close to kids.
He's more flexible than a human can be, and he's stronger than a human.
Because Sun is really trying to keep this thing at bay. This isn't the boogeyman parents look under the bed for. This is the weird man at the library who stares at you a little too long. There is something both so goofily uncanny and really uncomfortable about what Moon is. And guess what? William Afton, too, was his scariest when he was that. A man in a suit. Not a mastermind, not a god, not a scientist, but somebody, anybody, who is able to get close to his prey and disappear. The thing is, the problem is, I don't think FNAF can do it. I don't think the daycare attendant would be as good as he is if he was originally intended to be the villain during conception. Because
Yes.
FNAF wouldn't have been able to resist making him another Afton, or a creation of Afton, or a mimic of Afton. The possessed aspect I can handle.
Which they technically did with the mimic.
They could have added Eclipse as the villain if they actually had a villain art.
No.
Because Eclipse is terrifying.
Give me a second. Did you notice the design features of the teeth? Those are intentional on the Mimic and on the Sun and Moon animatronics. The teeth are the same.
Yeah.
So they already technically connected them with those because they know that design elements like that are taken very seriously because apparently people care about the number of toes on a fucking animatronic.
Apparently Moon's not Sun because he accidentally gave him 4 fingers instead of 5.
Oh, lovely.
Someone did call that out. It's like, Moon and Sun are not the same. It's like, yes, they are. They have 4 fingers instead of 5.
What the fuck?
That's like saying Golden Freddy isn't Nightmare Fredbear.
Exactly.
That's like saying Goldie isn't a version of Fredbear.
Exactly.
Goldie is a scrapped version of Fredbear.
Yep. But anyways, they are connected design-wise because they do the same things.
He's not suit. Yeah.
That doesn't matter. They have. Look at him. Look at him. He has 4 fingers and a thumb.
Yeah.
The 5-finger argument is in the toilet now.
Yes. No, they fixed that in his model. To be brutally honest, I think when originally that happened, it was a minor animation mistake.
It was a minor glitch.
Yeah. Like, model mistake. Not animation mistake.
Yeah, exactly. Because it didn't port right.
But apparently fingers are important.
Yes, they are. Fingers and toes are very important.
And now he has Now he has the correct amount of fingers, so people can shut the fuck up.
Yes, exactly. Shut up. He has a human hand.
If you will, as if he is hacked and got loose, maybe because Vanny cut from Glitchtrap, he could be a genuine threat.
And
so
you've seen them both transform at this point, so
Exactly.
unlike the behind the desk thing.
Mm-hmm.
And the next villain? Well, sure, he's working. Why not keep him around a little longer? I think if Help Wanted 2's story did anything, it was just show how much better the daycare attendant fits as a villain compared to Vanny and Mimic. Mimic not even showing up, and Vanny popping up at the last 2 minutes. Meanwhile, Moon's doing double overtime. He's entering maximum overdrive. He's popping up all over the place.
Exactly.
But he's capable of doing so. And you know what? It's about time we had a villain that could actually do
See, look, they could have done something similar to this in Ruin. Because it's clear they could have. It's sad that they didn't.
It won't. In fact, it'll make him more
They
popular.
put more in the VR games than the actual game.
Exactly. Which is sad.
It would just guarantee more Sun and Moon in the future, and that's a win for any fan. I mean, I myself am a big fan of the Sun and Moon daycare attendant, and while I was on board with him being like a companion or a good guy, I'm not against an elevation into villain territory. I'd rather a character I liked became a villain than get stuck with a couple of villains I don't really care about, you know?
Exactly.
Either that or he's revealed to be the puppet.
Stopped really caring about FNAF after time because it got boring.
Hope in one hand and go in the other and see which one fills up faster, you know what I mean?
But Moon made it worthwhile.
Yes.
To make a video airing my grievances about the Mimic and not calling it I don't like the Mimic because I was kind of nervous about talking smack about the Mimic after I got so many hot takes of people saying that the Mimic fan base was really ravenous.
What the hell?
I made this video because I had suddenly a lot of Sun and Moon footage and I wanted to put them to good use. Or maybe I just wanted to talk about the Sun and Moon again.
Just has a lot of fun.
There we go. That's the thing. There's one point to them being a good villain. At least.
Looking at that jump scare shows it happening.
Yeah, them turning into Moon a little bit.
Anyway, I hope you enjoyed the video.
Because the black eye.
Noticeable. It's the It's the voice that like peaks more often. Hey,
Mm-hmm. It's right there.
Oh my god.
He was right there.
He was on the side, buddy. He was on the
Yes, exactly. This makes me want to play Help Wanted 2.
I wish I had that ability.
I can buy it, but I would need
I don't
my...
have a working headset.
I can buy it, I can stream it. You can yell at me when I do something stupid.
Or just leave you to do your stupidity and fucking die.
I'd end up dying a lot anyways, even if you yell at me, so I think it would be more fun if you actually had some involvement. Do 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 do.
My stomach hurts.
Why does it hurt?
I can't tell if it's because I don't know. I don't know if I'm starving again or not. That's the problem.
Oh
At
boy.
this rate, I'm constantly starving.
Yeah.
I don't know how to deal with it.
You can't, and your body's just gonna keep doing this.
I don't wanna.
It's what Faye does to us, but we dealt with it.
I'd rather deal with Faye than whatever new is.
No, remember whenever Faye originally came out, we kept eating non-stop.
Yeah.
It calms down after a bit. Not when it comes to food. Speaking of which, I have popcorn.
I mean, but like... I don't know if Faye caused you to constantly having a burning sensation.
It's not a burning sensation, it's constant hunger pain.
Yeah, we don't have that. We do occasionally, but we mostly have burning.
The illusion of perfection.
What?
A lot of characters and plot points in Steven Universe got screwed over when...
Okay, this is gonna be a controversial talking point. Yay! Fucking...
I'm concerned. What are you doing?
Steven Universe, I love the show.
Oh boy.
I'm not ashamed to admit this.
A lot of characters and plot points in Steven Universe got screwed over when Cartoon Network canceled the original series and only gave them 6 episodes.
It's because of how many hiatus episodes are actually important.
Over more than White Diamond. The ruler of Homeworld, the leader of the Great Diamond Authority, the final antagonist of the series, the biggest challenge Steven has ever faced. White Diamond carried so much weight, a lot was riding on her character for many fans of the show back in the day. Unfortunately, it felt like the conflict with her was resolved before we could even get the chance to know her. She didn't really have much time to live up to the hype, which definitely contributed to why the end of Steven Universe became so divisive in online spaces. This is the head honcho who's responsible for so much.
The wedding episode got it cancelled, by the way.
The cycle of abuse that's perpetuated throughout Homeworld. What do you mean she's dealt with in only 3 episodes? Blue and Yellow are making appearances since season 2. They were given some up-close and personal moments with What's the Use of Feeling Blue and The Trial. Moments that explored their characters and laid the groundwork for Steven to work his magic and reunited. And even when they finally stop attacking Steven, they're still antagonists who are helping up keep Homeworld's flawed system for a few more episodes. It still takes a smidge more drama for Steven to finally get through to them, and it feels earned enough when they finally stand up to White. White, comparatively, only has a brief introduction scene before she attempts to murder a minor, only to get roasted by him 2 seconds later. Time just wasn't on her side here. The Crudiverse had to convey so much about her with so little episodes. And it's a shame because White Diamond truly is a multifaceted character with a lot of depth to her. Like Pink Diamond, she's a cautionary tale. One that warns the viewer of what happens when you constantly live inside your own head, isolating yourself from others and believing your perspective is the only one that matters. Even when your actions not only affect the people around you, but the entire universe. We broke down Pink Diamond and Peridot, now let's deep dive into the character that could have been one of Cartoon Network's greatest villains if Steven Universe was given more time to flesh out its ending. Unpacking everything we know about her, Rebecca Sugar's vision for the character, and highlighting her character arc in chronological order. This is White Diamond, the illusion of perfection.
Because they ruined the ending after canceling that
I feel like knowing the
show.
inspiration behind White Diamond gives you a much deeper understanding of her character. When she made her long overdue debut in Lex Luthor Homeworld, a lot of people were curious as to why she was not only confined to her ship, but why she was T-posing smack dab in the middle of it like the Statue
Yeah, exactly.
of Liberty. Striking the same Christ-like pose both her and a possessed Pink Pearl were depicted doing prior. What gives? Why did she refuse to break away from this position until she had a complete and utter meltdown? Is it tied to her radiating light? Is this how she pilots her ship? Is this her somehow powering Homeworld itself? The answer to all of those is a resounding no! I mean, maybe the ship thing could still be true, but that's besides the point. Like her isolation, this pose White Diamond is in for 95% of her screen time in the original series is entirely self-inflicted. It's White Diamond quite literally keeping up appearances and repressing her feelings, exerting what she believes to be the image of perfection, emotionless and lifeless. This, and Homeworld's philosophy as a whole, is inspired by a 1946 Kotex-sponsored animation called The Story of Menstruation.
The earliest inspiration for White Diamond was all the way back to the very, very beginning of the show. She was inspired by a film called The Story of Menstruation, which was made in 1946. Kotex commissioned Disney to do a film to play in schools about what to expect when you begin to menstruate, and it's narrated with this woman's voice, this kindly older woman's voice that talks about how your body is going to change. There's a part where there's a woman at her vanity, she's combing her hair, and she starts to pull her hair, and the narrator is saying that there are going to be times when your mood will fall and where you'll get upset, and as this woman pulls her hair, she tugs it and she starts to just wail and cry, and she puts her head down in her arms and she's sobbing into her arms at her vanity, and this voice says, don't forget that people have to be around you, and you're going to need to be more pleasant if you want people to like you. And you see the reflection in the mirror slowly straighten up and smile, and she fixes her hair, and then it just wipes to another scene where she's out dancing, not too strenuously, of course, that's the right amount, and you leave behind the woman that's sobbing on her vanity. The real her is still crying into her arms. The reflection of her is likable and pleasant and smiling and fixing her hair, but the real her is still sobbing into her arms, and it just goes by. It's not, that's it. It's done. It's correct now that she's out with people, and she can continue to do all the things she normally does, which is mainly cleaning a house. It just felt so interesting to me how warm the narration was, and how nightmarish the content was. The idea that you shouldn't express yourself if you're going through this, that you need to keep up appearances, and all that matters is this reflection of yourself, and how you actually feel must be repressed in order for you to continue to function. And it's just such an interesting artifact, and that was the voice, and that was the feeling, and I remember playing this for Colin in the
We could watch that.
days of Steven, and just being like, this
I'm
is what
pretty sure it's in the
Homeworld is.
public
There's so many
domain.
elements to what Homeworld is. A lot of it is inspired by Busby Berkeley.
Because how old it is?
Yes, because Mickey Mouse is in the public domain.
Nell Brinkley drawing.
The original one.
Yeah.
Champions the importance of expression and
That was-
discovery. Of course, the final antagonist
Yeah.
would be all about falling in line with the status quo and putting
No, that version of Mickey Mouse is also in the public domain.
all traces of a personality.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
But this also allows her to challenge two other
Same with
aspects of
Superman.
the universe.
The original version of Superman is also in the public domain.
A newer cartoon at the time, not just in a literal sense, but in the sense that its structure, themes,
Wait,
and
wouldn't
representation
the
were all
original version of
considered pretty bold for a
Ghostbusters be
Cartoon Network
coming
comedy
out
in
like
the
that soon, or
mid-2010s.
has
Very soon, yes.
Family. Steven's loving, supportive family, the Crystal
I
Gems.
love that
In
series. I
contrast to
watched the
Diamonds.
original
The
Ghostbusters. I
Diamonds
had
are
it on my old
essentially
computer.
parents. The Gems and tourism were created by them.
The new one isn't that bad either, oddly enough.
Yeah, true.
It's not that bad. It's not perfect, but it's not that bad.
That, so we can actually talk about this. Pause it so we can actually talk about this.
God damn it. Arm function. Function, god damn it.
A boomer. Someone who firmly believes that her worldview is the only correct one. That a successful society is...
Holy hell. Okay.
To be brutally honest, when it comes to like refreshing a series, most of the time it goes really bad. So that the fact that like
That was decent.
Ghostbusters is actually really
That
really
was
good.
decent.
Yeah, decent. Better
It
than
wasn't.
being really shitty.
Oh no, it wasn't shitty, which is great. That's a good start. Build on it, please.
Yeah, no, there's a reason why I stopped watching some of the shows that I used to watch because
Star Wars.
Oh boy.
The Star Wars sucks ass.
Yes.
I don't care. The new trilogy
as well.
and the new episodes, the new TV shows suck, except for The Mandalorian first season. Mandalorian first season was
My
fine.
friend only watches that stuff because it's a comfort thing for them at this point.
Yeah.
When it's a comfort thing, you don't acknowledge that it's shitty.
Yeah, exactly. The thing is, a bunch of people on Twitter determined the fact that the villain kisses the hero in the third episode.
What the hell?
Yes, that's literally what happened. They saw everyone complain on Twitter, hey, the hero needs to kiss the villain and make it, and they did it. Like the wusses they are.
Yeah.
That was totally out of character for a character that just tried to kill them, like, a movie ago. Like, hardcore tried to kill them a movie ago.
Yeah, no, like Scooby-Doo and its new series sucks ass.
Oh yeah, no, you can't beat the original one on that.
Same with the Ninja Turtles.
Oh, don't talk about that. Don't talk about that.
The art style is so bad.
Oh. My eyes are the
It's like
opposite emotion I'm feeling.
Dropped like an anvil on their fucking head.
Here we go. This is the right emotion. Oh dear God. Why are they so squished looking though? Why couldn't they make them taller?
Anvil. Anvil.
Spins.
They did so bad to Scooby-Doo because like there was a Scooby-Doo series that I used to watch. It wasn't the original. I do have some of the original series though.
I have
Batman and Robin collab.
Yes, I have the original series on DVD somewhere in the house.
Oh.
All of it.
It was the second series I liked as well.
It runs for over 100 episodes.
Then fucking Netflix got rid of it, I think.
Why?
I don't know. I can't watch it anymore.
This world is shitty.
And like, I don't even think I finished watching the series either.
Yes, because they deleted it that fast, didn't they?
Yeah.
I bet if you weren't on there first day, you wouldn't have been able to watch all of it.
They did that with Naruto as well when I was watching it on Netflix.
Oh, that went to Crunchyroll.
I had to go to an actual anime, website, to actually watch a Japanese version because they didn't have dub. To watch the thing because they cut like almost half of the original series of Naruto.
Why?
No, Netflix is shitty, that's why.
I think it's because of the custody battle with Crunchyroll. I think that's what happened.
Might have. Because I think I rewatched it on Crunchyroll.
Yeah, because
Which later on got
taken down as well.
Because it's yeah. Well, Hulu has
Boruto?
it. Crunchyroll is fine with Hulu.
Boruto sucks.
Oh yeah, no, it burn.
Burn it.
Like
Burn it
it
in the
has
fiery
some
pit of
good
hell.
elements, but it's not worth it. It's not the good elements aren't worth it.
No, it's not. The fact that
Like,
they
it has some
even
good
made a
elements.
continuation of that story sucks. Because wasn't it supposed to be concluded?
After the whole marriage with like Naruto and
Yes.
yeah, it was supposed to be concluded
After the marriage
the war. Ow.
and war,
After
yeah.
the war and the marriage. Because there was supposed to be a time skip, and then there was a marriage, and then that was supposed to be it.
Mhm.
Because I have a Naruto Shippuden game, which has that as its thing. Is like you go through like what in quote happened after the war. I think it's canon. I think.
Maybe. I have to read the
That's why I said I
manga for
think. I don't
that.
know if it's fully canon.
I'll have to
I
actually
did
sit
read the
down
manga.
and read the manga for this.
I read the entire manga, technically. It stops
Okay.
after the war. I think because it might have been made by the same people. Again, might is a big word in that.
Yeah. I like how we both just have this permanent, oh dear god, face on us right now.
Naruto, yes, it is a bad... Like, compared to a lot of other animes, it is technically bad, but when you're first starting out, it is like the first thing one of the first like animes you would want to recommend because it doesn't have that much of...
It's not too complicated.
It's not too complicated, and people who are getting into the anime can start appreciating the actually fully worked on and well done animes.
Yeah. Not the ones that are supposed to be,
I'm not gonna say. I think My Hero Academia is one of those, technically, where like... Because I started reading the manga, and then I couldn't finish reading it. But, it's good. I just need to find the time and mental stability to actually watch, MHA.
Do you want to sit down with me and watch it?
Sure.
I haven't watched
Though
it.
we can skip the first couple of... My parents say it's fine to... Like, the first handful of episodes can be skipped because it's just the same thing being repeated. It's basically him talking to All Might and then him doing workless things to do shit. And my parents are like, you
Getting
can, like,
stronger.
skip those. I'm like, okay.
Getting stronger story arc, bull.
Yeah, no, I'll ask my dad which episodes he recommends to be skipped when it comes to the first beginning bit.
Yeah. But what if
He's watched the series with my mom.
Yeah. Okay, I need a popcorn bucket now. Gimme popcorn.
You know what sucks is I think I have hives on my thighs, and because it's hot, I can't sit on a pillow because it makes it itchy. And I don't know if salt got on my pillow, which makes it worse.
Popcorn.
I'm gonna go to the bathroom real quick, and then I'm coming back.
Num-nums.
My bladder just says no. My bladder hates me sometimes.
I think mine is currently screaming at me too.
Let's go. Let's take a break.
Yes. You know what? handful of popcorn and go. Casually nibbles on a dead star. Mer. Hey, I turned my vision black and white. I forgot about that. Oh.
Cat and found out that a friend of my dad's, his car caught on fire.
I'm eating an orange. I already ate a star.
What do you mean you already ate a star?
Pretzels are a star. They're crunchy. They're very, very crunchy.
But yeah, no, she showed me the pictures of her car on fire, and after, I'm like, the fuck?
Yes. Simply yes.
But yeah, no, also, Miss Princess in the other room, Delirium, as you know her.
Yes.
I was laying down in the bed because I wanted to see what was going on. Because I'm nosy sometimes. And she got onto the bed, so I picked her up and put her on my chest, and she kind of just loafed there for a bit.
Yes.
While I pet her. And she started eating. I'm like, oh no.
Yes. You are stuck there now, human.
Yeah, I was sick for a bit. That's why I was gone for most of that time, actually.
Yeah, I may have gone to the bathroom, got pretzels, cut open an orange thing, opened an orange, and I'm currently eating one.
So, also, like, the straps for Dad's mask for sleeping also got fucked up, and he's like, I think one of the children did this. I'm like, okay.
Lovely.
He forgot what a mask was called. And I'm like, mask? And he's like, yeah. Well, on the call with her.
Face mask.
Because, like, people are being incompetent right now with her. And are trying to say that that didn't happen when there's photo evidence.
Photo evidence of what, specifically?
The car on fire. On, I think, the interstate?
Oh, dear God.
Yeah, no, like, let's just say there was a giant cloud of fucking smoke.
Clearly on fire.
And, like, it was like the hood of her car.
Yep.
Like, where the engine is and stuff like that.
My car almost did that to me once.
Oh my god.
You want to know the story about that?
Sure.
The coolant tank.
Burning.
in my car broke and couldn't hold any coolant in it anymore. So essentially what would happen is I couldn't drive over 60 or 40 miles an hour without it starting to smell like something was about to die. And my car overheated twice during that time.
So I have a strange question. Do you feel aggressive?
Yes.
Oh boy, you can feel that one too.
What?
Supposedly Frey is being a bitch right now.
Damn it, we need to not do that.
Where are you going?
Spin.
I said that and you just vanished.
You say that, and I start throwing blocks, okay? Okay. Toss. Go out into the ether, damn it. I can only see in black and white right now.
Fun.
Yay!
Why?
I have gremlin vision because we're watching shit.
One that upholds traditional values and keeps the system the way it's always been, even if said system screws over millions of people. The youth of today are a disgrace with a warped moral code. They all need to be put in line, and damn it, the cartoons in my childhood were just better. Fuck Uncle Grandpa. But all that has me wondering, what are White Diamond's
Uncle
values?
Grandpa is
What is
concerning.
perfection in her eyes? That's just the thing. I don't think she even
Uncle
knows
Grandpa and Steven Universe had a collab.
herself, just that she has an idea of what it isn't. And to fully expound on that, we'll have to turn the clock all the way back to the beginning and her feud with Pink Diamond. As we went over in the Pink Diamond video, the Great Diamond Authority emerged together 20,000 years ago. An event that split an unknown planet in half. Although piecing two and two together, it's easy to assume that this planet is indeed Homeworld. I'd love to see what that injector looked like, if it was an injector at all. Little is known about their upbringing or who created them, as that information was redacted from the art book. But it seems to be an extensive origin story that Sugar is almost certainly saving for a future installment of the series. But what we do know is that the Diamonds were already appointed to their positions on Homeworld when they were born. And these positions reflect how the Diamonds are meant to act as a unit, as one singular body. Hence, therefore, ships forming a mech. Yellow is physicality, action, force. Her power can manipulate gems physically. Blue is emotion, thought, and culture. Her power can manipulate gems emotionally. White is identity, judgment, and perfectionism. The superego. Her power can manipulate and remove a gem's identity. And pink is pure want, impulse, and desire. She's infectious. She's the flip side of white. She can bring out a gem's hidden personality, their deepest wants. Pink was essentially White's worst nightmare, which is really messed up to say, since Pink was practically her daughter. Someone who held authority over gemkind just like the other Diamonds, but didn't conform to the rules that all gems are supposed to follow. And if she's not following the rules as a gem matriarch, then why should any of the gems on Homeworld abide by them? Also, this leads me to believe that the Diamonds were operating off of little to no instruction from their creator, and thus lacked vital information about their purpose. Because it definitely doesn't make sense that Pink and White were meant to be at odds like this. That Pink was made to not fit into White Diamond's system. Even if Pink's defective, something that I speculated about before, from what we know, that would have mainly affected her physical appearance, not her behavior or capabilities. Amethyst is small, and she's not as strong as Jasper.
I ain't gonna lie, I'm getting cooked.
But according to Bismuth, her weapons are exceptional, and she's been shown to kick ass on numerous occasions. Pink's personality would have been the same, regardless of her size. So if anything, I get the impression that White Diamond assumed the role of leadership and created the system to what she felt was best, not taking into account that Pink's spontaneous nature was meant to serve a greater purpose amongst gemkind. White and Pink were always clashing. The Diamond body repressed Pink's wants, as directed by White, the self-critical conscious. Pink's shield made it impossible for White to override Pink's identity, so she had to find other ways to repress her. Unlike white, yellow, or blue, Pink didn't want to be prim and proper all the time. It was in her nature to be a goofball, to uplift others and encourage them to mold an identity of their own, separate from White. But that disrupts the society the Diamonds had developed on a fundamental level. In White's eyes, gems can't have their own identity. They can only co-opt hers. And she believes this for two reasons. One, because she's the gold standard for gems. If they don't behave like her, then they're falling below that standard. And two, because she genuinely sees all of Gemkind as an extension of herself and vice versa. White believes that because her gem channels white light, she is essentially a gem light form all the time. All gems are made of light, and she is light manifest. She sees all gems as her, sees herself in all gems, and judges them as she would judge herself.
Like we can
She
occasionally hear
believes she's
my,
everyone, which is
coloring.
why she speaks
Yes.
for everyone. But the truth behind her identity powers is that
It's
she
so
has
loud.
no
I
identity
didn't
at all.
realize it.
She needs other gems to behave as she would. She is very poorly differentiated, and any gem's behavior can be construed by her as a personal attack if they are not behaving as she would. Her identity is so fragile that she can only judge. If she were to act or feel or want, she would open herself up to her own criticism. She has traded that chance to be someone for the power of being everyone. A decision so miserable that everyone on the planet has to suffer for it.
Exactly.
Seems to have the mentality that because she's the leader, all gems should have a literal follow the leader mindset and mimic her to the best of their ability. She considers personality traits different from her own to be flaws, as shown in Change Your Mind when she's chastising the crystal gems.
It's written all over their gems. Insecure, dependent, obsessed.
She wants gems to function as cogs in the machine, adamant that they shouldn't display any emotion. It's why they dance so robotically at Pink Diamond's balls. It's the epitome of repress your feelings, keep up appearances, by engaging in the art without using it to express oneself, which makes me question why they would do it at all. Comparing a homeroll gem dancing to how a crystal gem gets down really says everything you need to know. Since Pink is so curious about the world around her and was assigned to uplift those around her, namely the Diamonds, it makes sense that she would encourage gems to explore themselves and embrace their unique quirks, which innately clashes with White's ideology. An ideology that also puts an immense amount of pressure on Yellow and Blue, who fear White Diamond despite being her colleagues, and in a sense, family. Not even they want to fall short of her expectations and come across as flawed, lest they wind up as puppets under her mind control. Which is
Exactly.
her method of removing flaws from gems.
This is essentially White Diamond is the epitome of the puppeteer form. Right away.
White's mentality also explains why Homeworld was set
Oh my
on
god, feels so
colonizing
much
the
nicer,
galaxy.
actually.
White wants
Oh.
everything to be perfect. She thinks she is perfection personified. So if she can spread
They
gem
think they're
kind throughout the
perfect. They want to be
cosmos,
perfect.
using
They
these
need.
extensions of
They
herself
have
to
the
assimilate
endless
every
desire to
section
stay
combined, then the
perfect.
universe itself
Hence why they want to stay so young.
when in reality,
Hence why they want control.
isn't perfect, and just because organic life is
I
finite,
hate
it
how
doesn't
you
mean it's
can hear
flawed or
me.
inherently has less value
Down
than the
my
gems.
day.
Based on what we know from Blue and
It's
Yellow's
funny,
childhood,
though.
alongside the occasional
I
flashback
don't
here and
wanna.
there, Pink Diamond was
I
always
hate
pushing
noises
White's
like
buttons
that
just
when-
by being herself. Pink never took anything
I don't mind it.
seriously. She was a big old goofball, which got under White's skin as Pink wasn't behaving.
Don't
the
worry,
way
I don't
she
mind it.
would. She wasn't amused by Pink's antics, getting pissed at Pink for dubbing a fresh batch of pyrite.
I've dealt with a lot of friends with a lot of noisy mouth issues.
Pretty bad temper, one that seems like it can only be drawn out by Pink and later Steven, much like how White and the other Diamonds drew out Pink's temper. Pink would be herself, which was different from White, so White would get upset and respond by repressing Pink, depriving her of validation and keeping her at arm's length, increasing her absence in Pink's life, which only fueled Pink Diamond's desire to be let in and treated as an equal. So long as these two would be at odds, the Diamond body would remain at war with itself, and as time progressed, things between these two only got worse. It was the ultimate battle of the heart and the mind.
Oh dear God.
Rebecca Sugar actually put a lot of thought into the Diamond's various traits and dynamics, referring to the work of Sigmund Freud in her efforts to shape a compelling story. The Ego and the Id is an analytical study of the human psyche, published by Freud in 1923. And as some fans may already know, the relationships between the diamonds are actually based on this study. The four of them represent the three agents of the psychic apparatus. Pink diamond is the id, blue and yellow are the ego, and white is the superego.
Well, they all exist as a body, which we show very literally with their ships. What happens between them, especially in Change Your Mind, is this one body's experience of embarrassment where the id is coming to the superego and saying, no, this, I want this, I like this, I am this, and the superego is saying no. But that was their dynamic in the past.
The id is driven by the pleasure principle, which strives for immediate gratification of all desires, wants, and needs. If these needs are not satisfied immediately, the result is a state of anxiety or tension. Yeah, that definitely sounds like Pink Diamond. For example, an increase in hunger or thirst should produce an immediate attempt to eat or drink. Immediately fulfilling these needs is not always realistic or even possible.
Exactly. This is what you're enduring right now, by the way.
This is calling me out.
Yes, it is. I did this on purpose, by the way.
Very important early in life because it ensures that an infant's needs are met. If the infant is hungry or uncomfortable, they will cry until the demands of the id are satisfied. Young infants are ruled entirely by the id. There is no reasoning with them when these needs demand satisfaction. Although people eventually learn to control the id, this part of the personality remains the same infantile primal force throughout life. It is the development of the ego and the superego that allows people to control the id's basic instincts and act in ways that are both realistic and socially acceptable. You can definitely draw parallels to both Pink and Season 1, Steven, and breaking it down like this is a great way to pinpoint the key difference between how the diamonds handled Pink and how the crystal gems raised Steven. As we get older, the ego and superego help calm down the id, but the id's needs are still met eventually. Like how the crystal gems gradually gave Steven more responsibilities and did their best to help hone his powers. But White, for the longest time, was doing her best to just ignore Pink and avoid giving her any sort of responsibility. She, as the superego, never wanted to satisfy the id, just repress it until it falls in line, depriving the whole body of what it needs by doing so, which only bred more tension and toxicity. Tension that Yellow and Blue did their best to smooth over as the ego. The ego develops from the id and ensures that the impulses of the id can be expressed in a manner acceptable in the real world. It's the personality component responsible for dealing with reality. The ego operates based on the reality principle, which strives to satisfy the id's desires in realistic and socially appropriate ways. The reality principle weighs the cost and benefits of an action before deciding to act upon or abandon impulses. It is the part of your personality that keeps you grounded in reality and prevents the id and superego from pulling you too far towards your basic urges or moralistic virtues. Having a strong ego means having a strong sense of self-awareness.
Exactly.
Freud compared the id to a horse and the ego to the horse's rider. The horse provides power and motion, while the rider provides direction and guidance. Without its rider, the horse would wander wherever it wished and do whatever it pleased. The rider gives the horse directions and commands to get it where it wants to go. This fits Yellow and Blue to a T, trying to satisfy
Oh,
White
hell no.
Diamond without causing a scene in front of the other gems or upsetting White Diamond. Basically, helping Pink keep up appearances.
Why do I already
When
have
they
a
had
headache?
to deal with business, they would ignore Pink Diamond and try to keep her quiet until they were done.
I don't even know what you're doing. Why do I have a headache?
Another example would be Pink's desire for more responsibility. While they wouldn't let her command a dropship or anything crazy, they'd let her name batches of gems. Little things that would make her decisions feel important, even though that just gave her bigger aspirations in the long run. Going off of this, we can assume that our Pearl and Spinel were solutions proposed by Yellow and Blue to please both Pink and White. Pink has a garden that's out of sight from the rest of Homeworld, and a playmate that can tend to Pink's needs whenever she wants. And when she's not at the gardens, she's tending to her duties and acting like the diamond White expects her to be. Everybody wins! And circling back to White, we have the superego. The superego holds the internalized moral standards and ideals that we require from our parents and society.
They became Cain.
Right and wrong. It provides guidelines for making judgments. The superego tries to perfect and civilize our behavior. It suppresses all the id's unacceptable urges and strives to make the ego
Crimson, then.
idealistic standards rather than unrealistic.
The fourth one wasn't added until later.
The urges of the id, the superego is is what will cause you to feel a sense of guilt
I
or
tore
even
off
shame
the
about
fourth
your
one,
actions.
actually.
The super ego may help you feel good about your behavior
And
when
ate
you
it.
suppress your most primal
You
urges.
just ate kill code.
This plays perfectly into White Diamond seeing herself as everyone and everyone as herself, holding everyone to her standards. Seeing any display of individuality
Stop laughing about it.
very reprehensible.
Why do I have a
If she
headache?
wouldn't do it, then it's simply illogical and worthy of discipline. An individual with an overly dominant id might become impulsive, uncontrollable, or even criminal. Such as individual acts upon their most basic urges with no concern for whether their behavior is appropriate, acceptable, or legal. On the other hand, an overly dominant superego might lead to a personality that is extremely moralistic and judgmental. A person ruled by the superego might not be able to accept anything or anyone that they perceive to be bad or moral. The diamonds, as a body, were always
By
going
the
to be
way, we're
forced
super ego dominant.
always going to want different things. Yellow and blue did their best to play both sides, but things only continued to spiral out of control because neither pink nor white were ever going to be content with one another. White was never going to give Pink the validation she deserved, and
Most of
Pink
our
was never
personalities
going to
act like
sacrifice
superegos.
herself herself to appease White. So White continued to abuse Pink by having her locked up in her
Including
tower,
me.
isolated from her gems. And if what Yellow says to Steven and Lex from the homeworld is any indication, Pink might even have been bubbled by White before. But this was the only mention of it, so we can't
I
say for
flip-flop
certain.
between
This
superego and id.
frustrated Pink. It didn't encourage her to change, obviously. It was Pink's own actions that prompted a change once she mistakenly damaged her original pearl. Learning to keep secrets and put on a facade in the aftermath, leading the Diamonds to believe that she was conforming to White's standard. White Diamond never fully bought into this facade, but still gave Pink the acknowledgement she longed for. White matches Pink's facade with one of her own, agreeing to Yellow and Blue's request to award Pink with a colony of her own, only to prove that she hasn't really changed. She gave Pink the Earth just to prove that it'll fail, also adopting Pink Pearl by taking control of her, which I suppose was her solution to quote-unquote fixing her and removing her flaws. But as shown later in the series, she used White Pearl as a way to communicate with Pink without giving her the satisfaction of talking directly. Not only would this get under Pink's skin, but it would rub salt in the wound by constantly presenting Pink with the pearl she scarred and discarded, even if both of those things weren't her intent. Now, White Diamond already comes across as a cruel, petty bitch, but I think things really take a turn for the worse after Pink wanted out from Earth.
Yes.
Because if what's stated in the art book is still true, which the show seems to imply that it is, then White allowed countless of gems to get fucked up just to prove a point to Pink, blissfully unaware that Pink Diamond is going through something serious, and that she herself is the source of so much suffering. She's absent when Yellow and Blue encourage Pink to not give up on her colony just because of Rose Quartz. And it's not due to White wanting Pink to just figure it out on her own. It's due to White seeing right through the act and suspecting that Pink was Rose Quartz. She was the original cartoon theorist. She viewed the gem war as one big stunt and didn't say a thing to Yellow and Blue. As stated in Sugar's secret character timeline, White knows Pink is out there. This expensive, embarrassing tantrum is not worth her attention. Pink will come groveling back when she's done running away from home. You're telling me this hag let Blue and Yellow become massively depressed, and for Blue to become borderline inefficient at her job just to get one over on Pink? I know Yellow and Blue aren't saints. It's not like they deserve sympathy, but also Jesus Christ, lady. You could have let them in on your theory. She probably didn't, because she didn't want Blue running to Earth and bringing back Pink herself. She only wanted to see Pink come crawling back humbled and humiliated. Which means, not only did she let her gems fight in the war, letting them destroy each other, but she also faked her own grief and carried out the corruption blast alongside Yellow and Blue, scrambling the minds of thousands of gems, some rebels and some loyal homeworld servants, leaving them as confused, violent animals for 5,000 years.
Yes.
Assuming that Pink would survive thanks to her shield, but that wasn't a guarantee. Imagine if Rose didn't use her shield in time. She could have wound up just like her teammates, and it would have been on White for not saying anything sooner. Instead, she let the other Diamonds get consumed by a tsunami of horrible emotions and nuke their kid into the Lex Millennium. And then she allowed Yellow to carry out the cluster, meaning that if Pink was alive by the point it emerged, she would have either been destroyed with the planet or forced back to Homeworld, which means she wouldn't have
Exactly.
come crawling back, but White would have almost certainly spun it that way. So, White, what's good with you, my nigga? Now, I do think a part of White, deep down, was afraid that Pink Diamond was gone for good. A fear that would ultimately prove to be true. Judging by how everyone talks about her during the Era 3 arc, it seemed like after Pink staged her shattering, White Diamond grew all the more distant from Yellow and Blue, spending most of her time alone in her ship, isolated from Homeworld, relying on White Pearl to get work done and make appearances on her behalf. Basically FaceTiming in, alright, I see you, Wade from Kim Possible, that one teacher from Nesta Classified head ass. Average Discord user. Not only did White isolate herself from everyone, living in her own head and shutting out the people closest to her, but she also let Homeworld fall apart a little bit. She didn't seem to care much about Era 2's resource crisis. And if that crisis was a result of Pink's absence, then if you ask me, White should have definitely shouldered some of the responsibility. She probably let things get that bad, so she could have another thing to throw back in Pink Diamond's face should she ever come back to Homeworld. And hey, we have lemon answers, so maybe the problem just fixed itself. But maybe this was also a symptom of a bigger problem White was dealing with. Her tendency to live in complete denial, which was only amplified once Pink Diamond was gone. It led her to denying that Homeworld was dealing with any major problems, and the Avid Live enhancers were just treated like a band-aid. White clearly began to miss Pink and was eager to have her home, even if she was driven by her need to exert control. Because once a few thousand years flew by, and Steven came knocking on her door, she was quick to have the diamonds fall back into familiar patterns. Throughout all of Steven Universe, White Diamond is absent from the events of the story. Steven goes on trial for his mother's war crimes. No White Diamond. The diamonds come to Earth to retrieve the cluster and crush the crystal gems. No White Diamond. Was this lady even alive? Yes. And we find out she was out of the picture for so long because she thought she was giving Pink Diamond the silent treatment. Yikes. The brief exchange she has with Steven is already creepy the first time around, but given everything we know now, like the fact she's capable of having a normal conversation, it feels all the more unsettling. Bombarding Steven with what feels like a rehearsed, passive-aggressive scolding to Pink Diamond before forcefully moving Steven to the palace, making her disappointment and anger known without actually displaying any emotion, and undermining all of Pink Diamond's efforts by reducing the liberation of Earth and the Diamond Corruption Blast as just Pink's latest little game. Which, let me reiterate, White contributed to the Gem War. She knew how dire things were getting and the impact it left on Homeworld as a whole. She's calling that a little game and pinning all of the responsibility on Pink Diamond. Christ. It's manipulation that would have bombed, but she manages to get under Steven's skin because at this point, he isn't secure in his identity. He still doesn't know who he is, and he's under the impression that he can get through to White Diamond. But she's just not on the same page as him. So her gaslighting is unfortunately pretty effective on Steven. When Steven shows up, White, Yellow, and Blue fall back into a familiar pattern. Pink is here with a new thing she wants, and they think she's more unreasonable and dangerous to the status quo than ever. What they don't understand is that Steven isn't Pink. He's bringing humanity into the equation. He's trying to introduce it himself to them, and they can't even begin to understand him. What he wants, in addition to helping the gems on Earth, is just to be treated like a person. This is not unreasonable or impulsive, but the diamond body keeps punishing itself like it always has, for wanting something that White has deemed inappropriate. In order to ensure Pink never distrusts the status quo again, not realizing that Steven's mere existence shatters the status quo, White Diamond wants to strip Pink Diamond of all autonomy, but she knows that Pink's shield nullifies her mind control. So the alternative is what we see in the Era 3 arc, giving Steven the illusion of choice and the illusion of freedom, but keeping him confined to Pink Diamond's palace unless he's supervised by Pearl or the Diamonds. And of course, she keeps
Sounds familiar.
as far away from her as possible, which includes not showing up to the ball.
Isn't that exactly what the Foundation wants to do to me?
She also uses White Pearl to keep an eye on Steven,
My mind blanked
which
out. What the
initially
fuck's going on?
confuses him, but thanks to his strange...
Do you want me to rewind what they just said?
He quickly pieces together
Sure.
that White Pearl is
Okay.
actually Pink Pearl,
I apologize.
his mom's original White.
This video right here, this was unintentional genius on my part.
He can't fathom that Steven straight up isn't Pink. So Steven's mere existence shatters the status quo. White Diamond wants to strip Pink Diamond of all autonomy, but she knows that Pink's shield nullifies her mind control.
Foundation.
The alternative is what we see in the Era 3 arc, giving Steven the illusion of choice and the illusion of freedom, but keeping him confined to Pink Diamond's palace unless he's supervised by Pearl or the Diamonds. And
Yep.
of course, she keeps Steven
Do you see what I'm saying now?
as possible, which includes not showing up to the ball. Something I imagine she did with Pink
I got to
constantly.
maybe
She also
season
uses
2.
White Pearl to keep an eye on Steven,
I watched all of it.
which initially confuses him, but thanks to his strange dreams and witnessing White's power firsthand, he quickly pieces together that White
It's like
Pearl
you
is
how you didn't know Hollow Knight. I don't know any of this shit.
Yes. No, it's just the themes around it that I want you to get. Don't try to understand the lore, you're not going to.
Oh, I'm not going to.
No one does, actually. Only Rebecca Sugar does.
Everything's cool. She wanted to haunt Pink and make it known through her old Pearl that everything, in fact, wasn't cool. There's still beef. There's still friction. But the thing is, it's not Steven's beef. He's been mistaken for his mom throughout the entire series, dealing with her baggage. But out of all those conflicts, it's safe to say that this one takes the cake. How can he get through to White Diamond, someone who thinks she's right about everything, if he can't prove to her that he is Steven Universe and not Pink Diamond? Because as far as White's concerned, Pink just deluded herself into believing she's Steven. Steven can't not be Pink because that conflicts with White's own identity. Steven has to slowly work his way up to the toxic identity of the Diamonds, personified by White. Ultimately, he needs to upend White's authority and change her identity. As long as White asserts herself as the standard for all gems, any gem that challenges her idea of herself will be in danger. All of Steven's efforts to change the Great Diamond Authority is countered by White Diamond literally weaponizing her beliefs and removing everyone's autonomy. Getting Yellow and Blue to question their beliefs was no easy feat, and although they were terrified of White, a part of them had to believe that their words did have merit and could make a difference for them to stand up to her. It took a lot for them to criticize their way of living, yet White just zaps them into puppets. Steven can only accomplish his mission if he himself gets through to White Diamond. But again, he's not immune to her manipulation. He shares the same identity crisis his mom had, which validates White Diamond's harmful beliefs. Steven is now the id, and he has no idea how to get the super ego to understand that his needs are worth taking seriously. Especially now that the super ego has overpowered the ego. That is, until White Diamond pulls out Steven's gem.
Where is Pink? She's gone!
If you're a kid in Steven's position and you need to speak that truth to power, I can't think of a better story to tell than one where the kid in that position has the power to tell their authority figure who they are and mean it and have them understand it. To me, that's just really special about the scene, and it's really
It really was a good scene.
important.
The foundation of the show is the idea that simple human
The
truths
setup
can be
was
more
shit, but the
astonishing
scene itself was good.
than fantasy. We wanted to build to this moment where Steven being Steven was the ultimate reveal. The power of him being himself, the simple fact that he actually definitely exists, obliterates White's authority and her identity. Because if she is everyone and everyone is her, then her wrongness about him is a wrongness about herself and everyone and everything. Ultimately, her identity is so fragile and she's so poorly differentiated that Steven is able to defeat her by existing.
Exactly.
By this point in the video, you probably see how hard it was for the Creativerse to do White Diamond as a character justice, with the few episodes they were given to wrap up the story.
Oh, yeah.
Even in an expanded version of the Era 3 arc that got to be as many episodes as it needed, the reveal of Pink Steven still would have been the perfect resolution to the Diamond conflict. That
Yes.
all it took to undermine White Diamond's authority was to simply prove her wrong once. Not through an argument or a high-stakes balls-to-the-walls anime fight, but through her own actions. She, as the superego, had to prove herself wrong, to recognize that the id wasn't just being impulsive or irresponsible, to open herself up to criticism, to listen to the id, and take its needs into consideration. Once White's reality is shattered by Steven, she's finally able to put her guard down and leave her own head. And although White was able to help cure the corrupted gems, dismantle colonies, and eventually step down from power, there's one thing she'll never be able to fix: her relationship with Pink Diamond. This is a big part of what makes White Diamond a cautionary tale. Well, I definitely wouldn't say that I sympathize with White, because these are simply the consequences of her own actions. I still recognize that her story is a tragedy. She pushed away someone who was an essential part of her because she didn't live up to her standards. Assuming that eventually, things will go back to the way they've always been. But they didn't. While White assumed that Pink was just trying to get her attention, sitting around in her ship for thousands of years, Pink reinvented herself. She became Rose Quartz and lived a whole new life before choosing to give birth to her child, Steven, passing on in the process. White Diamond
Was
represents
canonically
a lot of
15
things, but
in
one
the
of those
show.
things I believe she represents is something that sadly happens far too often in real life. A parent unable to accept their child for whatever reason, and never getting the chance to reconnect with them before one of them kicks the bucket, because they were too stubborn to challenge their own worldview. Having a
Exactly.
change of heart once it's too late to smooth things over. White only tries to do right by Pink once she knows that she's gone, as if she's trying to atone for the way she treated her, but she can never have Pink back. And although the Diamonds try to use Steven as a replacement, he wants to keep their distance from them outside of business. If it's not about saving the galaxy, then he wants nothing to do with them. It's kind of funny. Now White Diamond is the one seeking validation. No longer leading Gemkind and having limited access to Steven, we're left with only one question. If she doesn't have Steven around as an incentive, can White Diamond truly change? Over the 2-year time skip between Change Your Mind and the movie, White Diamond makes a half-hearted effort to improve as a person, as she's mostly just trying to appease Steven. She's performing good deeds and healing the universe, but it's as clear as day that her personality is still kinda shitty. Although she no longer gets the ick from surrounding herself around other gems and humans, she still clearly sees herself as a superior being. And she does a horrible job of hiding it with her fake nice attitude.
Judging anything based on appearance is wrong.
However, after adopting Spinel and spending some time away from Steven, White Diamond has a breakthrough and discovers a brand new power that recontextualizes her beliefs and identity in a positive and meaningful way. Instead of taking control of other gems, she allows other gems to take control of her, allowing them to get in touch with themselves.
Yeah,
She
that
still
episode was weird.
that she is everyone and everyone is her. But instead of using this to assert her own beliefs, she's opening herself up to different perspectives while helping gems sort through their own issues, especially when it comes to self-image. White pitches it to Steven as a chance for someone to talk to themselves. It's meant to be therapeutic, getting a good look at yourself from someone else's perspective, while also getting the chance to be a 50-foot tall goddess. I mean,
Exactly.
who wouldn't want that? Although this backfires horribly on Steven. Despite aligning herself with different points of view on a daily basis, White still has a habit of making everything about herself, even if she doesn't intend to. The best example of this being in I Am My Monster, when she really wants everyone to know that Steven's meltdown is her fault, because of the domino effect she caused by starting the cycle of abuse. There's a lot of narcissistic qualities to her that couldn't be dealt with in only 2 years, which is why if
Yes,
the universe
exactly.
continues in the future, I think White could still have some development. I want to see her put in a situation where her progress and beliefs are challenged. If her creators come back into the picture, would she seek their validation or try to educate them like Steven educated her? What would her response to their return mean for Steven and the rest of the galaxy? It truly is a shame that White got the short end of the stick when it came to on-screen development, because her absence from the story is a huge part of her character. But even so, she definitely still needed a few more scenes here and there to make the events of Change Your Mind as compelling to the viewer as it was to the Crewniverse. But I don't want to harp on this potential, because like White Diamond, we can't change the past, but we can open ourselves up to new perspectives. So if
Light
you were someone who
personified, a
personally
star.
loved White Diamond all those years ago, I hope this video enables you to see her character in a brand new light, and that you have a better understanding of what Rebecca Sugar was going for. I know the bigger issue for some is the fact that the Diamonds were imprisoned, and while I do think where they ended up was another result of the series being pressed for time, I do also think that on some level, ending the series with the id repressing the ego and the superego would have been counterintuitive. The superego finally recognizing the id's needs is the ending that works best, in my opinion. But we're getting into an entirely different conversation, so to wrap things up, what are your thoughts on White Diamond's character? Let us know in the comments down below. And keep the conversation going over on Twitter and Instagram at AushrickBots and at Roundtable Vids. Consider supporting us over at Patreon for just $1 a month. Check out Toondra for some dope Steve Universe-inspired merch. And if you enjoyed this video, please throw it a like and subscribe to the Roundtable for more great cartoon content. Thank you for watching, and I hope you have an awesome day. See ya!
These are 10 SpongeBob worst
Really?
episodes of all
What?
That's being picked up. Someone's doing yard work, and apparently my mic is somewhat picking that up.
When you want to know something? SpongeBob's worst episode.
Worst episodes of all time. The 10th
What?
one being
SpongeBob's worst episode.
The episode starts with Squidward admiring how beautiful it is outside. But sadly, he's stuck working at a Krusty Krab.
Because.
SpongeBob tries making him feel better by telling him that it could be worse and he could
Why
be
do I
sick.
have a
This then
headache?
gives Squidward an idea.
Because I keep jumping from topic to topic to topic to topic in these videos, and I'm not going to stop.
I gave you a break.
You gave me a break and you gave me freedom. You should know what giving me freedom means.
Mr. Krabs before he can actually go home. And he can't. As Mr. Krabs
Oh wow, now my body's burning wonderful.
Oh boy.
SpongeBob into believing that he's still sick. And this dude literally comes out wearing a gas mask.
Oh my god.
Pretty funny. Squidward being Squidward though, takes full advantage of the situation and sneezes straight into the gas mask, making SpongeBob scream, sending him running towards Mr. Krabs' room. Mr. Krab flies up from the desk, very suspiciously, screaming at him and telling him to knock before entering, which is pretty interesting. What was Mr. Krabs doing under the desk? Anyways, since Mr. Krabs can't convince SpongeBob Squidward isn't sick, and since he won't be able to do his job as long as Squidward is there, he finds it best to send Squidward home. So that's cool. Squidward got exactly what he wanted and can now enjoy the beautiful outside. But SpongeBob literally placebos himself into believing he is sick, and he now thinks that he has Squid's disease. So he starts freaking out and yelling until Mr. Krabs comes from the office and tells him to get back to work. Which, by the way, if Mr. Krabs is in the office, who is running the cash register? Well, no one. Besides that though, SpongeBob not wanting to go home tries making himself feel better by stepping into hot water, freezing water, and boiling hot grease water and fries his legs. SpongeBob being SpongeBob makes the situation as worse as it can get and starts flying around in the kitchen and rolling around and telling customers that he is sick. And of course they don't like the fact that the fry cook is sick, so they just leave. Mr. Krabs realizes that he's losing money because of this, so he sends SpongeBob home too, leaving just him to run this entire restaurant. SpongeBob comes up to Squidward and interrupts his relaxing time, which obviously makes him mad, so he decides to just go inside and leave SpongeBob alone outside. To which SpongeBob literally breaks into his house, which is pretty bad. But anyways, I end up just chilling and watching.
This is not the first time he's broken into his house.
Really struggling, and the customers are getting really mad at him. Finally, the rom-com ends for SpongeBob and Squidward, and so Squidward, realizing he'd rather be at work than watch rom-coms all day, starts running back to work. And SpongeBob chases him. When they get back to Krusty Krab, they see Mr. Krabs lying on the floor, saying he might also have Squid's disease. And so SpongeBob tells him about the perfect cure, rom-coms. Now this episode isn't awful, but I can kind of see why it's rated so low. It's not a very creative episode. I mean, it's literally just Squidward faking being sick to not be at work. That's pretty basic.
Yes.
Now they made this bland idea pretty interesting, but even then, every sequence felt too fast. For example, Squidward is outside enjoying himself, and SpongeBob comes up to annoy him. And this is like one of the main conflicts of the entire episode. And Squidward just gave up in like 5 seconds and they just watch a rom-com. I don't know.
I'm pretty damn sure him explaining it is funnier than the actual episode itself, which is funny in itself.
Sad and funny.
Doing some insane tricks and perfectly landing in the boat. Then he just crashes back and forth into the boat in front of him and behind him, and that's it. That's like the entire test. Because of this, Mrs. Puff puffs up too much and she makes the boat start floating, and then they crash into the lighthouse, making Mrs. Puff explode. This is probably one of the most rushed intros and lamest boating exams done in SpongeBob. I mean, usually the exams have like a cool track and last longer than 5 seconds, but this one seems set up perfectly to fail as fast as possible. But anyways, Mrs. Puff is in the hospital because she ruptured her inflation sac and now she can't puff. They should start calling you Mrs. Pop. This gets her super mad and she hops out of the bed and starts attacking him, to which the doctor literally stabs her with a needle, putting her to sleep, then puts SpongeBob to sleep for talking too much, I guess. SpongeBob comes to visit her again and she looks all gloomy and sad, but he's actually kind of being a good person here, bringing her flowers and walking her around the hospital, to which they see some pretty injured guys being brought in. Here's where we learn about the demolition derby and how dangerous it is. This is also where Mrs. Puff becomes happy again, because she gets a plan. If SpongeBob joins the derby, he can literally die and he won't be in her life anymore. Pretty dark. So he signs up for the derby, and look at this man's gear. He has an extremely little car and is wearing a sock. And keep in mind, all the fishes around him are jacked and in huge cars. Also, SpongeBob can't even drive a boat. So it's pretty much guaranteed he's gonna die, but not really, because SpongeBob is literally a sponge. He can't receive pain.
So he uses his sponge skin to fling some guy and his boat across the entire arena. And then
Oh
he
dear
just
God.
drives randomly and somehow it destroys every single professional derby guy. This obviously makes Mrs. Puff furious, and so she hops in a boat and decides she's gonna kill him herself. But SpongeBob is somehow a good driver now and can perfectly drive the driving course. But then he crashes into the boating school, sending her crashing into it too. And then she puffs back up again, and she's all fixed. This episode is pretty interesting and honestly gives some great lore on the relationship between Mrs. Puff and SpongeBob. I mean, the fact she wants to literally kill SpongeBob all because of how bad of a student he is absolutely
Hey, if
crazy.
he's not thinking about an exam,
And I also think the bullet
he
point
can drive.
hard instead of someone just
But if he
getting
has to do an exam, he does awful.
Test anxiety.
He has,
He has test anxiety.
yeah, he has obvious test anxiety, so that means you can't inform him that it's test.
4.4 rating it got. Maybe like a 5 or 6. The 8th worst episode is Stuck in the Ringer with a rating of 4.1. So the episode starts off with SpongeBob washing himself with a soap bar until he drops the soap. But it's okay. He has a spare.
Like,
He washes
having
his
it
brain and
instead
goes
be
to
like,
this
oh, it's a
ringer and drives him
practice.
completely off.
Yes.
Pretty sick.
Instead of a
SpongeBob then
test.
steps onto the soap, flinging him around
Because
the
you'll be
entire
better at the
bathroom into his
practice
tub.
than
This makes
test.
him realize he has
Yes,
to
he
be
will.
careful. So then he avoids the soap the next time. But then he steps onto this duck and trips on the soap again, launching him straight into the ringer. This time though, he gets stuck. And then he breaks the handle with his tongue. But it's okay because for some reason Patrick's in his house, so he can help him, right? No, not at all. Of course he makes it worse. You see, Patrick puts forever glue on the
Oh
ringer,
dear
making
God.
SpongeBob even more stuck. So of course SpongeBob starts freaking out, and I can't be the only one who thinks Patrick is such an awful friend. Either he's really stupid or genuinely wants to see SpongeBob's life crumble. But anyways, this is
No, he wants to see SpongeBob's life crumble because he does have brief glimpses of intelligence.
he heads off to work. Keep in mind,
He's not
this is
actually
also after
stupid,
Patrick
he's
gets really
acting
hurt on the
stupid.
beach,
There's
and
a
he can do
difference.
this beside the circumstances that he put him in. Now, obviously, SpongeBob can't be a fry cook while barely having functional arms. So surprisingly, he is killing
How
full Krabby Patties, which is
in the hell
of
did he make a
course, though, it's
fucking
mostly
sandwich
so
with
bad,
that?
which it does. SpongeBob disintegrates Squidward's eyes with mustard, then jumps over to check on him and drops a register on the customer's foot, then checks if customer's okay with the microphone, and the microphone sends him flying all around Krusty Krab while also opening the register full of money. This gets Mr. Krabs furious, as people start picking up his money, and also SpongeBob slams him into the wall and injures a bunch of fish. So obviously he gets sent home. Then there's Patrick waiting for him, like he knew this would happen. Very
Exactly.
suspicious. SpongeBob starts crying. And I want you to remember this because it's actually a pretty big flaw in this episode. But anyway, Patrick gives another motivational speech and takes him to Super Weenie Hut Jr. to make him feel better. Thing is though, he can't even swallow the ice cream because of the ringer. So then Patrick slurps up the ice cream and takes him to the carnival instead. And man oh man, my theory gets proven right so hard right here. Not only is the carnival dangerous, Patrick picks out every activity SpongeBob literally can't do. He starts with throwing a ball at these cans, which he tries to do and it gives him a black eye. Then he takes him to the spinning steering wheels, which SpongeBob says he doesn't want to go on, but Patrick forces him and spins it so fast he flies off. And believe it or not, SpongeBob actually ends up standing up for himself and blows up on Patrick, which literally somehow gets turned on him and Patrick starts crying, and the fishes around SpongeBob tell him that he has no heart and make him feel even worse. The manipulation is crazy.
Wow.
The next day, Patrick comes over to SpongeBob's house.
Yeah, I told you.
And SpongeBob is sitting on the
Patrick just wants to watch his friend, quote unquote friend,
crying and apologizing, and a tear falls
get
onto the glue,
destroyed.
allowing him to slip out. Yeah, that's been the solution the entire time. Literal tears. SpongeBob then throws the ringer in the air.
Oh, it's like how the paint can't comes out with sweat.
To which the ringer falls back down and traps both of them. The end. Now, the flaw I was talking about earlier is that SpongeBob literally cries before and nothing happens. And I know that tears could have easily gone around the glue, but it doesn't make much sense. I think the solution to this problem is so simple, it's dumb. But also, it's SpongeBob, and it honestly fits the theme. Besides all of that, though, this episode is not that bad. I thoroughly enjoyed it. There's a lot of different emotions, and the pacing never feels boring. I also remember as a kid stressing out pretty bad over this episode. I'm a very claustrophobic person. But I think this episode had good jokes. It makes you feel the emotions SpongeBob was going through, and even made you see SpongeBob's friendship with Patrick in a new light. I think, truthfully, the rating of this episode was tanked because of the episode it was grouped with, which is the 7th worst episode, Growth Spout, that has a rating of 4.1. This episode starts with Mr. Krabs realizing his breath smells bad, so he goes to brush his teeth, and while doing so, Pearl's fin goes right through the mirror, and Mr. Krabs is somehow oblivious to the fact, which how is that even possible? Pearl screams for him though, and he goes to check on her. And the continuity here doesn't make any sense. In the last scene, it looks like Pearl busted through the wall into the bathroom, but here, Pearl is just sitting in bed and not going through any wall. And I don't even see a hole in any wall in her room. Doesn't make much sense. The continuity continues staying inconsistent as now Pearl starts growing, which from the last scene it seemed like that just happened, but I guess not. Anyways, Pearl demands for some food, and Mr. Krabs brings her the fridge, to which she slurps the entirety of the fridge and all the food, and it's not enough, and she starts growing even more, smashing through the roof.
Crimson.
Mr. Krabs, looking at his whale daughter the size of the entire room, calmly just states,
"It's probably just a growth spout."
Growth spout or not, Mr. Krabs is left with a problem. He has no food, which is the conflict for the entire episode. I'm not going to go into detail of this entire episode because it's going to be kind of boring, because it's literally just Mr. Krabs looking for food, giving food to Pearl, her saying more, and repeating. But to be honest, they do make it somewhat interesting. For example, Mr. Krabs tries getting some peanuts from Mrs. Puff's yard, and they turn out to be some peanut worms. And then when Mr. Krabs is leaving Squidward's house with a sack of food, the cops, who are also aware of a food stealer, question him. And his excuse is that he's practicing to be Santa, and it somehow works, and they literally drive him home, which I can't lie is pretty funny. Keep in mind, these are the same cops who also will lock you up for throwing some paper on the floor. Anyways, the last house Krabs visits is SpongeBob's, and him being so pure thinks they're having a slumber party. But then Squidward comes in and snitches on him for stealing food. So Mr. Krabs is honest with SpongeBob and tells him what's happening, and SpongeBob says that he can help him by cooking a Krabby Patty that tastes like a million Krabby Patties, and so that's what they do. They feed Pearl this Krabby Patty, and poof, she's back to normal. Mr. Krabs asks SpongeBob what the secret ingredient he used was, and he tells him it was love. Yeah. So in my opinion, this episode is not that great at all. The conflict for the episode honestly makes no sense and is never really even explained. What was Pearl
they
going
go
through
to a
for real?
universe
I have no idea.
this time.
But obviously what
Pause that.
Oh.
goes back to
Give me a moment.
What if the creator was nice?
Oh, dear God. Don't tell me they act like me.
Watch that when we get to it.
You know what? No, we can watch this now since it's a universe episode.
We can. Let's finish this, and then you have the Discord, right?
Yes.
Just copy it from Discord. It's copy text.
Can my hand not fade into obscurity, please?
Like, you're gonna tell me I stressed through an entire episode of Mr. Krabs scavenging for food and risking jail time for SpongeBob to feed her one patty of love and fix her? This episode, to be honest, deserved its rating. I wasn't a big fan. The sixth worth episode is Slide Whistle Stooges with a rating of 3.9. This episode starts off with Squidward peacefully waking up in his bed and walking to a shower. While he's scrubbing himself, we hear a sound. Weird sound, but it's nothing, right? I mean, Squidward ignores it until he bends down to grab his newspaper. So it turns out SpongeBob and Patrick are playing the slide whistle. Now, so far it's been pretty simple sounds to poke fun at Squidward, but turns out these things give you literal powers. They allow you to open doors without touching them and allow you to fly through the air. SpongeBob and Patrick harass Squidward with this power until he finally gets him to leave. But of course, they don't really leave. As he goes about his day, they continue to slide whistle and it drives him absolutely insane. So Squidward tries running away from SpongeBob and Patrick, but they chase him. So he finds no other solution to escaping. So then he steals SpongeBob's slide whistle and starts to play it to harass SpongeBob and Patrick. Thing is though, they enjoy it. And Squidward starts enjoying it too. So they all go and start to slide whistle harass random fishes, starting first at the bargain mart. They don't go too long on this guy and it's kind of light and funny, but Squidward then decides to become a baby slide whistler and sit on a baby in a stroller, which yeah, he continues using his power in harassing Bikini Bottom. For example, getting this little fish rocked by this jacked fish. Squidward ends up becoming wanted by the police and having all of Bikini Bottom riding to stop him. He escapes all of this though and slide whistles his way into stealing this truck from this guy. Now, it can't get worse from here, right? No. He drives off a cliff and explodes. And he looks like this now. All because of a slide whistle. So this episode isn't that bad in my opinion. I think it's a pretty silly concept. And honestly, I think it was probably made all because of some dude coming in a writing room with a slide whistle. Yo, watch this. And they created an entire episode off of it. I think it's
genius.
An entire episode off a slide whistle joke. But I think this episode maybe received the rating it did because of how repetitive and kind of annoying it is to watch. watch. The fifth worst episode is The Splinter, with a rating of 3.9. The episode starts with SpongeBob flipping the Krusty Krab sign to open and getting all ready for his day at work. But he accidentally flings his spatula upwards, getting it stuck on the ceiling. SpongeBob builds a very interesting box ladder and tries to grab the spatula, which he does a couple times but doesn't even realize this and puts it back into the
So
ceiling.
this is a
If you're
part of the
thinking of
worst
breaking the Splinter,
season of
the scene
SpongeBob,
falls
by
off
the
and
way.
gets stabbed
All
by
of
one
this
of the
is.
swords, but then gets saved by a sword and safely exits. See, the way he gets the splinters by tripping on tartar sauce and very disgustingly sliding his thumb against the wooden floor. He starts rolling out
Oh.
the splinter and really goes for it, doing some
I
disgusting
thought he was
things. And no
indestructible.
matter what he does, he can never get it out. But he can rip all of his skin off. One thing I never really understood about this episode is the fact he didn't just take off his hand, like in Graveyard Shift. We literally see that he can regrow his hands. And now we are spending an entire episode trying to get a splinter out of his thumb that he could just regrow. Doesn't make much sense. But anyways, he has to make Krabby Patties, right? So he uses his nose. And Squiddy takes notice of this, and he finds out about the splinter. He then gets a plan to get rid of SpongeBob. He tells SpongeBob if Mr. Krabs finds out about this injury, he will have to be sent home. Of course, SpongeBob, loving his job, starts freaking out about this. Pretty bad. Squidward is loving it though, and continues teasing him past his limits. So SpongeBob really has to get rid of the splinter, so he brings out the big guns, Patrick. Which obviously is not a good idea, which we can tell from the Stuck in the Ringer episode. Anyways, Patrick comes out from his dumpster in his doctor outfit and starts looking at
What
his
the
legs
hell?
and starts gurgling his feet. SpongeBob tries telling him to stop, and Patrick gaslights him because he's a doctor and SpongeBob's not. To top off being a bad friend, he finally looks at the actual splinter and then hammers it in deeper. It starts growing bigger, and Patrick puts garbage on it and it gets infected. Then Patrick just clocks out and leaves. Great friend. SpongeBob walks back into the Krusty Krab and turns out Squidward snitched on him, and Mr. Krabs asks to see the splinter. And it's gotten even worse. Squidward literally passes out. After all that buildup, after everything, Mr. Krabs just simply takes the splinter out. It blows up and shoots pus all over Mr. Krabs, and he pays no mind to it, stating, "I thought I'd have to pay you workers' comp." After hearing this, Squidward beats himself up with the register super bad to try to get workers' comp, but turns out his shift just ended, so now he's injured for no reason. I'm starting to figure out that a lot of these worst episodes have a similar theme. The concept of these episodes are very bland and basic. Like making an entire episode about a splinter is pretty insane. Also, every resolution is very unsatisfying and not worth the build-up. This episode is just pretty bad. Everything feels dragged out and the jokes aren't even very good. It makes sense though. Keeping a splinter in SpongeBob's thumb for 11 minutes and trying your hardest to keep it entertaining sounds hard. Honestly, kudos to the writing team. I couldn't do it. The fourth worst episode is One Course Meal with a rating of 3.5. It starts with Mr. Krabs stripping, hopping into a tub full of money. This leads me back to earlier, when I questioned what this man does alone in his office, cause what is this? But anyways, Mr. Krabs smells something funky, so he, with a towel on, asks SpongeBob what the smell is. SpongeBob tells him it's a high-grade explosive, which how does he know this? And Plankton throws an explosive straight into the kitchen and somehow
Because
makes
of that.
Mr. Krabs fully dressed. I don't know how. Kind of weird, but SpongeBob loads himself up with peas and Mr. Krabs shoots him at Plankton. But Plankton's got a bubble shield and a fake rocket that is actually a claw that traps them. Then we learn the reason for all of this, which obviously is to get the secret formula. Mr. Krabs doesn't crack though, but SpongeBob does instantly, which, shocker, all hope seems lost until Plankton smells something funky too, which SpongeBob, with his ridiculously good sense of smell, says it smells like blubber, which I guess is a fancy way of saying whale. Turns out Plankton is very terrified of Pearl and runs away. Honestly, I think it's really cool how accurate this episode is. And it's cool they made this connection. I mean, the creator was a marine biologist. Anyways, this gives Mr. Krabs a great idea.
Blubber.
He uses Pearl to scare Plankton. The thing is though, Pearl demands a bunch of money, and we all know Mr. Krabs is greedy, so that's not gonna happen. So he comes up with an even better plan, but I won't spoil it yet. So Plankton goes home and is taking out the trash, when out of nowhere, Pearl comes out of the trash screaming, "I'm hungry!" And this man runs inside and quickly boards up the door. But Pearl comes out of nowhere again screaming, "I want Plankton meat!" Actually pretty terrifying. And so Plankton spends 16 days terrified inside, going crazy, to which we pan out and see Pearl watching him. Thing is though, she starts laughing like Mr. Krabs, which is pretty odd. Then we see Plankton having a nightmare. He gets eaten by Pearl, meets his plankton buddies, and wakes up, and it pans out again. Pearl is watching him again, but then she takes off her head and it's Mr. Krabs. That's the genius plan. Mr. Krabs made a pearl suit. He's enjoying this a little too much though. Plankton in defeat goes and lays on the road waiting for a bus to come run him over. Until SpongeBob, our
Cheap
sludgy
pearl
MC,
suit
comes
as
over to
well.
see how he's doing, and Plankton tells him to leave. So he does. SpongeBob
How
gets
did
some
that even
pearl to
work
help
in the
with
first
Plankton's suit,
place?
and Mr. Krabs finds it hilarious, which is low-key kind of sociopathic.
Paranoia.
SpongeBob says that he's taking it too far.
Lovely.
So SpongeBob comes back to Plankton and tells him that this whole time it hasn't been Pearl and it was Mr. Krabs in a whale suit, and tells him Mr. Krabs' worst fear so he can get back at him. Kinda messed up by SpongeBob, but it's a tough situation. Either let Plankton die or snitch on Mr. Krabs. So Plankton comes to Krusty Krab and isn't scared of Pearl no more and brings Mr. Krabs' worst fear with him, a mime. And Mr.
Oh
Krabs
dear
is
God.
freaking out, and you think Plankton won again until SpongeBob tells him about the feeding whales outside, and Plankton starts freaking out and escapes through a nail. Turns out he's not a snitch, and the whales were a projection, and this was actually him redeeming himself for telling Plankton where the formula was earlier. So this episode, I think, is fairly interesting. Finally, we have an episode that is very creative and even slightly educational. Don't get me wrong though, this episode is pretty bad, and one of the jokes is very inappropriate and wrong, but besides that, I think it's a little overhated. I just feel like after what we've seen so far, this episode was the most interesting to me. It honestly caught me off guard, and it wasn't predictable.
Yes.
It's still one of the worst episodes. So the third worst episode is Gary in Love. That has a rating of 3.5. We start with Gary watching a rom-com and seeing two fishes fall in love, which puts Gary in awe. SpongeBob ruins this though and turns the movie off and takes Gary to the snail park, which looks pretty trash. He takes Gary off his leash and falls asleep on the bench with the other fishes. Gary starts looking around and catches his eye on this girl snail. He slithers over and goes on the other side of the seesaw, and they both romantically meow at each other. Meow, meow, or whatever sounds snails make, until this mafia-looking snail flings them off, and we find out that this snail is his girl. But the snail chooses Gary over him right in front of him, and they start fighting over it until SpongeBob picks up Gary, and the two lovebirds meow to each other. Also, the mafia snail can talk in English, which is pretty weird. Gary can't talk English. He also has a gang, which is pretty scary for Gary. Anyways, he's pretty down bad, and he starts doodling about this girl and kissing his food thinking about this girl. Gary is even
Oh dear
dreaming
God.
about her and almost kisses her until SpongeBob wakes him up from his snoring. This gets Gary motivated though, and he sneaks out in the middle of the night to go find her. SpongeBob finally wakes up in the morning and can't find Gary, so he has to go search for him. Gary first searches a snail park, and he thinks he found her, but he actually found the ugliest snail in Bikini Bottom. No offense. While Gary is looking though, the mafia snail gang comes by looking for Gary, but he's gone. We go back to SpongeBob, who is running through the city until he finds a snail trail, and so he licks it and somehow knows that it's Gary's from the taste. Very weird that he knows this, by the way. And so he follows the trail with his tongue in it instead of just looking at it. Gary's also in the same
Ugh.
park for the dream snail, and there for some reason are so many snails out. I barely ever seen snails in Bikini Bottom before, and now they are everywhere. Gary finally sees his crush, starts to follow her, but everything goes wrong and he almost loses her until he sees her walk into a snail shop, and so he goes inside. To which the worker snatches Gary thinking he's a stray and puts him in a tank, and sadly the snail leaves the store. And then the mafia snails come into the store and ask the worker if he's seen a stray. He doesn't snitch though, and they literally trash the entire place to try to find Gary, which is kind of sad that these snails are stronger than this fish. So this goes on for about 2 hours, and the worker isn't snitching, and Gary's still hidden, until this snake-looking thing attacks the mafia snails and chases them out. And Gary's finally free. He then sees his drink
Dog
girl
worm.
in the boat with her owner, and of course the mafia snails catch up at the exact same time and try to stop Gary. But Gary locks in and tangles their eyes together to create a slingshot and ends up getting onto the boat. SpongeBob finally spots Gary and starts running after the boat, and the owner also sees Gary and brake checks SpongeBob. Gary and the snail almost kiss until the owner removes Gary from the boat. SpongeBob starts to accuse the lady of stealing his snail until Gary tells him that it was actually his fault and that he snuck out to see the snail. Which, please remember that SpongeBob can understand Gary, because that's going to be very important in an episode coming up. But anyways, another snail comes out of nowhere and he's like this Elvis snail, and Gary's dream
Yes.
snail just forgets about him and goes to the Elvis snail, which is pretty sad. And then Mafia Snail and Gary become friends, and that's it. This episode is boring. It's hard to care about Gary finding love when the love sequence literally lasted 5 seconds. It was barely romantic. Gary just meowed on a seesaw with some female snail. I mean, I guess it could have been love at first sight, but it's hard to feel invested because of this. The ending is extremely unsatisfying too. You're telling me I watched this entire episode just for the snail not to fall in love with Gary? It's a decent plot twist, but it makes the entire episode just pointless. I think this episode deserves its rating, and it definitely dragged down the previous episode. The second worst episode is Keep Bikini Bottom Beautiful with a rating of 3.2. It starts off with Squidward stepping out of his house in a good mood. He walks out of his house, ignores SpongeBob, and Groovy walks down the street until he steps into some gum.
So we might not be able to watch the
He can't get the gum off of him though, and it practically
video
consumes him until he
yet.
finally gets it
Oh.
off and throws it away. Of course, the cop is standing
Yeah, I'm going to be
exactly
going
where
to
the
the
gum was
bike.
thrown, and you know these cops
Okay.
don't play with literally.
Oh, that's
But
fine.
before that, the cop has to test the gum to see if it's really gum. So he
I can
literally
wait till you're
he
done.
realizes that's actually gum. He confronts
Though
Squidward and gives him
I
a
don't
ticket.
promise that I'll be in this
Squidward is
world
picking up trash,
when
and for
you're
some reason,
doing that.
William Fancy Sin is there. Which, by the way, Squidward
That's
makes sure
fine.
we know exactly who he is by saying,
Squilliam Fancy said, my arch foe from band class.
and this just irks me a little bit. I feel like they could have explained who he was through context clues or maybe even a conversation, but they just straight up told us exactly who he is, and I find that so weird and corny. I don't know. Anyways, it turns out Squilliam has a statue of himself for cleaning all Bikini Bottom in 1 week, and this sets off Squidward's competitiveness. And now he's making his mission to clean Bikini Bottom faster. And while doing so, he runs into his first obstacle. How is he gonna haul all this trash? Easy. Trip a little kid and steal his wagon. Yeah.
So Squidward's feeling pretty bad at this goal and literally gets so much trash.
Then to his surprise, somehow SpongeBob is in the trash. I feel like they're just inserting characters into the story very randomly, but whatever. SpongeBob wants to help Squidward conquer this goal of cleaning Bikini Bottom, but he won't let him. While this is happening, the little boy from earlier tells his jacked mom about how Squidward stole his wagon, and he gets whooped real bad. And all the trash gets dumped out of the wagon, and so he gets another ticket. Feeling hopeless, he asks SpongeBob to actually help him, and in a blink of an eye, all the trash is gone. But where did it go? So SpongeBob took all the trash and converted it into Squidward's house. And I know it's supposed to be like a funny gag or whatever, but Squidward isn't the dumb character. And you're expecting me to believe that he just went on with his day in this trash house with trash objects and didn't realize anything? I know it's supposed to be a joke, but it just isn't that funny. Anyway, Squidward eventually finds out, and the cop gives him another ticket for this. Then he gives him another ticket for dropping the ticket that he just gave him.
Now, pretty much after this, SpongeBob feels bad, and so he consumes the trash. And after this, there's just a bunch of gags of Squidward getting more tickets and more tickets and more tickets.
He obviously feels defeated and starts crying until SpongeBob tells him he built him a statue, but sadly it's all out of garbage, and Squilliam comes by laughing at them. But out of Squidward's luck, his garbage statue dissolves Squilliam's statue, and that's it. This episode is not very good. The concept is pretty dumb. I mean, picking up trash? What? I know it's all because of Squidward's competitiveness with Squilliam, but their whole rivalry is kind of based off of music, so this makes no sense. The only reason I can imagine this episode being made is because of the joke about cops taking litter so serious, but wow, did they really overdo it in this episode, to the point where it wasn't that funny. This episode makes no sense from start to finish, definitely deserves a rating. Finally, the worst episode of SpongeBob is A Pal for Gary with a rating of 3.2. The episode starts with SpongeBob feeding Gary and then throwing the can. Anyway, Gary started asking SpongeBob to go on a walk with him by showing him the leash.
Well, I have
He
to
has to
put
go to
my
work, so
phone
he
on the
can't go.
charger, and
Turns
it's
out,
at
though, this wasn't a
10%,
leash,
so
it was
my
actually
phone
a
might
rope.
die while
So Gary could get
I'm
some
biking.
snacks and a cowboy hat and watch
Okay,
this
yeah.
movie. SpongeBob being oblivious feels bad. Then some person walks in the Krusty
But,
Krab with a pet, and SpongeBob tells him about the no
my
pet policy.
my charger is
Mr.
pretty
Krab, realizing
long.
he might lose money if
I
this guy
could
leaves,
have it
tells him to
plugged
stay
in.
and calls him a responsible pet owner, making SpongeBob
Yeah, try to see if you can get it plugged in at least close enough to you so that I can hear or you can have a...
provides a very solid example. But
Oh dear
SpongeBob
God.
completely ignores her and takes this weird pet home.
Also,
Gary
real
is still
quick,
chilling until
is it okay if
SpongeBob
when
jump
I'm
scares
down
him
there you
and
pause recording
introduces him to
because
his
children
new pet.
are there?
The second he
Yeah.
leaves this thing alone, it shows how terrifying it really is. SpongeBob comes back and
Tell
puts
me
Squidward in
when.
the bowl and makes it where they have to share the same bowl, which is like the dumbest thing ever. And of course, Puffy Fluffy, that's the pet's name by the way, devours the food and the bowl. And then SpongeBob gets mad at Gary for ignoring Puffy.
And so they pretty much just keep doing this. Puffy does something bad, Gary gets in trouble. Puffy does something bad, Gary gets in trouble.
Remember how I said earlier to remember how SpongeBob can understand Gary? What is going on here? Gary is meowing to SpongeBob and obviously explaining what is going on. And now, just out of nowhere, he can't understand Gary because of plot reasons. It's kind of silly. Gary searches for Fluffy
Yep.
and goes to the kitchen, to which we see a huge
That's
sea monster
inconsistent
staring at Puffy.
characterization.
And turns out this is what Puffy became. Puffy tries all night to kill Gary, and I'm not gonna lie, it's pretty scary. Gary fights for his life
Holy hell.
while SpongeBob is fast asleep until his air horn wakes him up. I don't know how that wakes him up, but not his house literally shaking. SpongeBob walks around and sees how destroyed the house is and literally blames Gary. Gary. How could Gary even do this if he tried? Not only that, but when he walks into the kitchen, he sees what Puffy has become and how he's literally gonna kill Gary. And he still somehow blames Gary and tells Gary to put Fluffy down. He gets his karma though when Fluffy tries to kill SpongeBob. And still, while about to be eaten, he is still blaming Gary. Gary though, out of nowhere, shows off his cowboy skills and saves SpongeBob. Which, why did he do that before? And while Fluffy leaves, SpongeBob begs for Fluffy to come back and blames Gary for making him leave. SpongeBob in the end just decides to take Gary to work instead. And of course, Mr. Krabs is happy about it because of free labor. So this episode is alright. I do think it definitely got knocked a lot of points because of the previous episode, but honestly, these two episodes aren't that great, and it makes sense why together they put off such a low score. This episode kind of paints SpongeBob to be an awful snail owner out of humor, but it doesn't fit his character at all. This is another episode that completely ignores the show's foundation for laughs. The episode is also very predictable. It's pretty much the same thing over and over again. Fluffy does something bad, Gary gets blamed. And that's it. Nothing very insane or creative, except for Gary using some crazy cowboy skills. That was pretty sick. And it's definitely not the best, because if it was, it'd be in the middle of the screen right now. See right in the middle of the screen right here. This is the best episodes. In the middle in the middle of the screen.
Oh dear God.
I'm going to mute. I'm going to bring my phone downstairs and transfer over there to see if it works. If not, I'll come back. I'm come back in here and mute and be like, hey. It
Yeah.
did not work.
Clearly.
Alright, I'm gonna grab my charger. My charger's long enough. I think I'll be fine.
I'm gonna teleport around now.